Hello, everyone. Randy Liu alongside Kevin Rebachow, and it's 2:30 a.m. here in Jeju. And you know what that means, Kevin?
What's that, Randy?
It's the heads up sit and go. We're $4 million between Ossi Ketola, and this time it's going to be Alex Foxen that's going to be battling Ossi. And we got to witness limitless play against Ossi the other day.
Yeah.
2 million apiece in the first match. Then they played 4 million, doubled the stakes, and Ossi wasn't able to kind of pull a W there. So limitless pockets $6 million. But today, a new challenger.
I mean, this is kind of interesting to me, Randy. The 150K started today.
Okay.
There's a big tournament happening here in the room. They've bagged for the day. Alex Foxen played it all day. Ossi Katola jumped in near the end of the day. They're still in that tournament, but they end the day not feeling like that's enough poker for them. They want to play the 4 million heads up battle. I mean, are you expecting Foxen to come in as prepared and fresh as Limitless looked the other day?
I suppose not. I mean, given that when we think about Alex Fox and we think about his tournament results, clearly he's played heads up because he's won so many tournaments in his lifetime. But whether he's prepared or not, I'm not so sure, which may work in Monarch's favor. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like this is a very different opponent than the other day.
Yeah. And I'm excited to see if Ossi's going to come out with a different game plan because we were, last night observing that Ossi playing seemingly quite different from a month ago when we first saw him play the big matches in Cyprus. And I wonder if that's specific to what he felt about Limitless or if that's just the new Ossi, if that's just the strategy that he comes with now.
Yeah, so the structure for this format is $2 million apiece. The blinds will be 10,000, 20,000, and they do not go up. So pretty much 100 big blinds, and eventually someone will be down to $0, and that means that player has lost 0 or 1-0, and the other player has won $4 million. So there it is. Alex Foxen, Ossi Ketola, also known as Monarch. I'm going to call it the Monarch Millions. Here we are. I mean, it's just so crazy that they're willing to play a heads-up sit and go for $2 million apiece. Winner takes all. It's not like you can just win a million and just like, all right, I'm going to sit out, I'm done. No, you have to play until you win it all or lose it all. Can't go south.
Just like a tournament, Randy.
Oh, look at that shirt. Little kitty cat playing cards.
You think that's custom?
So the casual open raise is $50,000.
Min raise from Foxen. Blinds exchanged. A lot of discussion in the chat about the numbers across matches starting to add up. I know we were impressed with Monarch's play yesterday, but definitely since starting these matches, his results have been less than ideal. This is an opportunity to get some money going in his direction.
I don't know. Foxen might not be folding Queen 10 offsuit right now with that 10 of diamonds.
I don't think he should. 35 cheap enough.
Oh, he's brought in a black chip.
And this is kind of what I thought Foxen might bring to this match. Not a heads-up player by trade, tournament player for how long? Forever. And just known for the upfront aggressive approach, for the interest in reading people. He gets Ossi off of a pair.
Very nice.
On the flop. Pretty big fold.
Yeah, Fox is known to be one of those hyper-aggressive players in tournament poker.
I thought you were going to wear the coat. Too hot?
Maybe I should.
Seems like.
Yeah, let's go for it actually. Heitä se mun takki sittenkin.
So it looks like they're doing the same structure where they have got the shot clock 2 or 3 time banks behind. Ossi likes to play fast, and 10-9 suited versus Jack-8 suited. That's 4-2 straight flush.
Dude. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. This is looking cozy for Ketola.
Oh, my.
Look at that flop. Both players with the gut shot and the flush draw.
Dangerous spot for Monarch.
Man, if the flush comes in, this could be a very quick $2 million gone.
I mean, a bunch of money could just go in on early streets, regardless of whether the flush comes in. Both these players feeling like they have a huge draw.
Also going to start things off with 2/3 pot. Check call, bringing the pot to 230K. That changes things a bit, right? Possibly you're up against a full house, so drawing to a flush may be less favorable.
Yeah, and Ossi needs to be concerned about trips for Foxen. The queen, very reasonable check call on the flop. In general, though, we've observed a willingness to bluff at paired boards, if I had to generalize. Ossi running that big bluff against Limitless when he made trips.
Takes the free card. And he makes the straight against jacks and queens. That's an unlikely way to win.
And also unlikely, I would say, for too much more to go into this pot once the turn checks through. Pair of jacks looking decent. We check and hope to see an ace give up or see a bluff give up, not have to face a river decision.
But we know he's going to face the river decision.
Oh.
Once he's got the straight.
Let's see how much.
Contemplating. He's reaching for
That's a lot.
a good amount of chips. 420. Okay. Gets it done with the overbet. Very interesting sizing he opted to go for. Something I want to note right away is that Foxen's pre-flop raise size is a min raise, whereas the other day when Limitless was playing at 100 big blind deep effective, he was going 2.5x.
Yeah, and you normally don't think that the player in position wants to play smaller pots, right? Kind of classic logic to play bigger pots in position. I wonder if Foxen's idea there is to play as many hands as possible. It could be one excuse to min raise is to try and play 100% of buttons. I'll have to wait to see him get dealt the bottom of the deck.
Would you say your go-to would be to go larger than min raise on the button, though, to stack depth?
To be honest, given what we saw from Ossi, specifically we saw a fair bit of pre-flop aggression. I don't know that the bigger size is actually all that successful. The more he 3-bets, the more willing he is to put pressure, the more I'd like to min raise.
Let's see if it works out for Foxen. As of right now, 6 is best for Ketola. Couple checks on the flop.
Really nothing going on for this king deuce. Good chance you see a free river, though.
Yeah, Ketola's been the type to want to try and check down and make a lot of the key decisions on the river. After a full run out, 6 is looking all right.
Maybe a chance for Monarch to seek value. Foxen inevitably checks it over.
It seems like you can target the 5 very clearly and maybe some curious ace or king highs with the 6.
Another large size incoming. It's at 150.
150K. He's definitely brought in a different strategy into this heads-up match specifically. This is not something we saw him do yesterday.
Yeah, I can't think of any hands where Ossi bet more than pot, I want to say. And very often more like half, 2/3. This is twice now. We've seen the river overbet.
He's thinking with King Deuce offsuit.
Well, this is something different that I'm expecting Foxen to bring. Very reliant on live information. I mean, a
Suspicious.
famous stare down.
I don't know if he's going to get any reads on this guy wearing this jacket. He's looking cozy. He wasn't rocking this the other day. Just missed the marshmallow hat. So every time Foxen min raises and we see a flop, at least 80,000 in the middle. Should be on Ossi Ketola. Eventually checks.
Gave Foxen some time to think about this one. Typically might check back the ace-6. Kind of mid-strength. Feels like Jack-10 has options.
Yeah, well, those options are more than one white chip. Check raise the 80,000. He's bringing in the heat.
Feels like a continuation from yesterday, Randy. Ossi was very active on dry textures like this. Clears out the better ace-high.
Yeah, really nice strategy. And maybe he's trying to lean on the fact that he expects the pros to play more honest in complicated situations like that, where you don't really want to start floating if you're not really sure where your opponent is at, I suppose.
Yeah.
Could be a tweak.
I mean, in both directions, we've seen players kind of getting out of pots on the early side. Not trying to navigate murky waters. So those flop check raises can be really successful if you're not getting floated light.
I think Ossi likes to play in the murky waters. It's like, all right, we battle you in the darkness. Open-ended now for Ketola.
Looks like a good chance to claim to have the ace or maybe a queen.
Yeah, I like stabbing in this spot with the open-ended straight draw. Clearly, you've got clean outs. 3/4. That'll do it. Do you think there's a chance that Foxen is a little uncomfortable with the
If they
stakes
say
at
it
the moment.
ends at 4, or are we gonna continue the game to finish? Like if we start and
I think we just can't start another after 4. Like we can play past 4, just can't start past 4. That's what I understood at least.
yeah.
All right, so if you want to play another one, you got to stack them within an hour. Okay, guys.
Sorry, there was a question before, and I got
Yeah, so
captivated by table talk.
I wanted to ask you if you feel that Foxen is gonna is he comfortable right now, or do you think he's going to try to play a little bit low variance, perhaps for the early goings?
I actually expect someone like Foxen to be like that. I would think is one of his greatest strengths in a match like this is being pretty resilient and prepared for high pressure. He has that athletic background. He's got so much experience on tournament stages. Like, this isn't someone who plays high stakes in back rooms or on the internet in a comfortable place, right? Like, he's so used to playing in public, so used to playing on streams in front of viewers. And just, you know, he lifts. Randy.
He lifts. Well, right now it's Ossi Ketola that's flexing in these small pots. Adding up slowly. I believe he's up about 300,000, give or take. $200,000. Sixes. Comes in with call from the big blind for Foxen. Decent board for sixes. Although, of course, it could be counterfeited by the ace.
Haven't seen a lot of, like, I'm so used to just expecting the small c-bet when I see these boards. You know, we're watching the tournament players most of the time on this stream, and this is just automatic one big blind or automatic quarter pot. And it seems like Ossi's strategy revolves more around check back or sometimes even like 3/4 pot.
Yeah, I find his game actually quite balanced, to be honest, because he isn't blindly c-betting boards that
Yeah.
your opponent is supposed to just miss a lot. And you know, I believe Foxen should be aware of the strategy approach that Ketola has been employing.
Yeah, you'd think that
You would hope
after
so.
yesterday's stream, I mean, he's here.
Or is he just yellowing it?
Entirely possible, of course. Like I said, he was playing the 150K all day today.
I don't want to call it a 150K small, but this is $2 million apiece.
We'll wait till we get to the heads up of the 150K, Randy.
True that.
It's going to be a chunky pay jump.
Foxen going for c-betting strategy. Comes in with min.
Yeah, contrast in styles here. Seen a couple of small c-bets already.
Ace high going to make the call with the best hand.
Standard procedures.
3. Doesn't change anything.
Queen-9 has a chance to win at Showdown. Not the most likely, but decent high card hand.
Turn cards to 3, in case you guys already forgot. Well, the queen high is going to try to show it down. Bad news.
I don't mind that give up for a couple reasons. One, there is an outside chance the Queen-9's good at Showdown, but also first opportunity for Foxen to just like showdown in position and get to see the cards.
Okay.
And I think that's a nice tactic to keep in mind when you're playing someone heads up for the first time. It's like, what can I do in close spots to just see their cards more often, right? Collect that information early, because these players are not going to be watching the stream. They're not going to get that whole card info in real time until the match is over.
That's right. I think that whole card information would be more advantageous for a player like Foxen if he was able to get the data points.
Yeah. He's going to know quickly what to do with that information, right? You look for one little outlier spot, and it can tell you a lot about how to adjust. That's where Foxen's strengths lie.
That was Foxen's first 3-bet with the ace-queen. King-jack. That's the hand Ossi liked to 3-bet the other day.
And I did say, let's wait and see when Foxen gets dealt the bottom of the deck. He's just open folding buttons. So the min raise not some kind of play any 2 strategy. That's not the idea there.
Let's see. Perhaps he's trying to extend the stack to pot ratio.
That perhaps,
Especially
yeah.
in 3-bet pots, where he perceives to have advantage in position. Of course, there's trade-offs.
Well, it's like you said, Randy, there's no reloads. We play until someone has 0. If you keep the pots a little smaller, keep the stack to pot ratio a little higher, you're effectively extending the match.
And again, on the flip side, you do want to kind of have bigger pots in position, just a winning recipe in general, at least in single raise pots, right?
Yeah.
Ace-10 is currently the best hand.
Yeah, well above average on King, King, Deuce. Continues to be best. Could try to get a little value on the turn, but it's thin.
Well, he's going to let the 7 get there. Maybe his turn to seek a little value.
Yeah, I would like to see some kind of bet from Foxen. I think you could even go big with this hand strength. Once in a while you run into a jack, it's unfortunate, but I think you could bet 3/4 pot and get called by ace high. 75K.
Spot on, buddy. 3/4 pot.
I'm dialed in, Randy.
Yeah. You just rewatched all the footage of yesterday.
Foxen wasn't here yesterday.
Nice call. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not nice. Nice bet, I mean.
Wow, the needles. Jeez.
I'm here for a good match, entertainment. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Do let us know if you guys would love to see even more of these matches. Randy Liu alongside Kevin Rabichow. We are following the chat here and there. So if you got anything interesting to say, maybe I'll bring it up. Maybe. Depends on my mood.
What you're saying is you're following the chat, and you're going to selectively ignore it.
Pocket 3s with the best hand. Paired board. A lot of min bets from Foxen from what I've seen so far. More ways to counterfeit the 3s at the moment.
Ace-8's still going to feel pretty good. Wouldn't say it's typical to turn barrel, though. Unless Alex had a really strong inclination that Ossi was weak on the flop. Does check it back.
So queens and 3s are best.
Small bet could get paid here.
Targeting ace high.
Yeah. Any 2-pair hand on this board is pretty strong.
Looks like he is going to seek some value, Kevin.
I like this. I also like it because we don't love check calling the river. Like pocket 3s is pretty good, but check calling the river doesn't feel so great when you've got 2 low cards in your hand, blocking some bluffs.
This might be one of those spots where Foxen expects to lose when calling, but maybe it's worth seeing how thin his opponent is value betting.
it kind of calls back to the same thing I said earlier. Like, this is a cheap opportunity to see another showdown, to gather a little more information. And if it's a close spot, I think just take
Good
it.
bet.
Yeah, and to see your opponent value bet threes in that spot will definitely give you a lot of information on how to approach future, similar scenarios. Because obviously he can call in case he does have the best hand, but
Yeah.
to see threes there,
It tells you a few things. I mean, Ossi didn't check raise the flop.
Okay.
Maybe you don't think that's not the standard play, but it at least helps Alex build a little profile. Okay, he's not check raising thin on the paired board. He didn't 3-bet pre-flop. I mean, again, maybe we don't expect 3-bet pre-flop, but I'm assuming Foxen doesn't have a lot of detailed info at this point, so every showdown helps.
yeah, hopefully he can figure out a detailed game plan before it gets a little expensive. Currently down 200,000 is Foxen, but Queens will get some rebate. Got shot for Ketola.
Spot to size up. 3/4 here. No decision for Monarch.
Something I'm going to try my best to pay attention is Foxen's c-betting strategy. Is he going to, when is he using a larger sizing and when a small? Is it going to be exploitative or is it just overall game plan,
Yeah, you do see that sometimes if we're playing against any recreational player. You get that urge to be like, well, in theory, this is a small bet, but I got top pair, top kicker, so
Right,
let's
go for
bomb
max.
it. Right? Yeah, we might see some of that.
Foxen closing the gap, back to even shortly. Cue to music, because we're just taking a look at this leaderboard. Up 105,000 at the moment for Ketola, but not too much is shifted. So testing the waters. 10-9 versus suited Robbie.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Suited Robbie looks nice, but look at Foxen. It's got open in a straight draw. So here's one of those spots where I'm curious which sizing Foxen decides to c-bet with. Slightly larger, it seems.
And I think this matches the board texture. I'm not reading too much into the open-ended nature of his hand. Other than that, it makes for a pretty good c-bet.
Of course, sometimes you do make the straight. Opponent makes like two pair, you can get a really nice pot. Pot now 200,000, and there's the straight for Foxen.
Offsuit queen. Ossi still with pretty incredible hand. Pretty much any reasonable bet size on the turn, and we'll see Monarch continue.
A little bit of hesitation here on the turn by Ossi, but does eventually check.
Seen that a few times from Ossi. Mostly intentional, mostly deliberate, I think. Putting some time on the front end of the hand to maybe think through what he knows about this spot.
All right, Foxen's gone 175.
Doesn't get too greedy, but this is on the large side of what you'd expect on a 3 to a straight board.
Yeah, he hasn't shown any overbets just yet, so perhaps he didn't want to introduce it too soon and lose a customer.
Yeah. Little does he know that Jack 4 of diamonds was calling anything.
Oh my, the flush comes in for Ossi Ketola. Pairs the queen as well. But I don't see how Foxen doesn't still value bet this hand.
I think basically no matter what happens here on the end, we're going to see a big pot heading Monarch's way.
How much is Foxen going to lose? That's the question. There's already 550,000 in the middle. And you can still see worlds where Foxen bets big, trying to target a hand like Queen 10, Queen 9 that check called.
I think so too. On this run out, probably minimum value is 3 of a kind for Foxen. If he
Okay.
had a hand like kings or aces, he would check behind.
I think that 9 of diamonds is going to hurt him too because it blocks some of the flushes that he's worried about.
So you think he might go even bigger? Hope to run into a queen.
I think it's possible, yeah.
5 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
The
Full
pot.
pot.
Full pot. 550,000. Now we just have to ask the question, is there any value in raising?
Straight.
There isn't.
Flush.
Flush going to be revealed. And Foxen is down 900,000.
Huge swing in the direction of Monarch. First big pot.
1.65 million was that pot. I think Ossi feels pretty good about his game right now. Maybe he chose wisely on the opponent this time. TBD.
Big one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take. Alright.
I like that there's a poll in the chat on YouTube on who's going to win this battle.
Yeah.
I wonder if people change their answers based on that pot. I don't think you're allowed to change your answer.
Yeah, if you were tracking the live odds, there was a pretty big swing about 40 seconds ago.
Queen 5 suited. I've seen Ossi attack with hands like this before.
Yeah, I was
Pre-flop.
going to say, did he not 3-bet a similar hand this match already?
Pretty sure he did, yeah. It feels like the idea is he just wants to lean on Foxen.
Increase the variance.
They'll give him some room to breathe.
10-9
recuperate.
offsuit is kind of close for this size. Foxen's going to pass on it. He might not know exactly how wide Ossi's 3-betting pre-flop.
And that's really good for Ossi Ketola fans. Yeah, I feel like in a situation where you're auto-reloading to 100 big blinds, those type of games, 10-9 offsuit certainly is like a call in position. But here, like, there's that factor. What if I call here and I bleed and I'm down to like 800 and 700 and I can't top up?
Yeah.
And that really plays in favor of the player who's more aggressive because they're picking up a few more pots than they should be.
It's funny, it kind of sounds like you're describing tournament strategy. You know, like the player who's willing to lose, the player who's willing to risk their tournament life and have to go home early is the player who accumulates chips more easily.
Yeah, because I kind of, in my opinion, I feel like the pros have a little bit more pressure on them. You know, this is a really big game, clearly, 2 million apiece.
Yeah, and the expectation is you're coming in with the advantage, you better close. You better win this one, right?
20.
Of course, there's a lot of people who would love to see Foxen win. And Ossi's the man who's trying to just crush some dreams, I would say. Trip aces.
Just check call on the flop. Wouldn't be unheard of for Foxen to bluff a hand like this, totally disconnected from the board, trying to put pressure on Jack 10, Queen Jack. Maybe get diamonds to call twice and fold river, but he shuts it down.
Yeah, playing relatively straightforward at the moment. Trip aces for Ketola. We've actually seen him go for some overbets. Kind of feel like it's coming.
It'd be a good spot for it. And I feel like once you've introduced it to the match, just keep leaning on it, right?
Oh, he actually checks it. He's mixing it up.
He might get a bluff out of Foxen. Are we really going to show down 8 high in position?
Bet 50.
You know it. He does bet, check, bet, and that is great news for Ossi Ketola.
I like this. Honestly, pretty good from both players. I mean, we have to try and bluff the 8-5.
I
But-
think he could check raise ace 3, to be honest.
Yeah, I think once we see 50K, Smells like a pair of sevens going for thin value, maybe a king at best.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put a raise out.
5 seconds.
Yeah, Ossi's playing great right now. Here comes the check raise.
Raise 195. Pass.
All of the momentum for Finland's Ossi Ketola, aka Monarch.
Raise 40. Oh,
So now Ossi is introducing a min raise strategy, adjustment due to Foxen's 900k stack, which is about 45 big blinds. Something to note. An ace 4 3 club board gives Ossi Katola a gut shot and a nut flush draw.
Huge flop for king 5. But king high could show down. Don't necessarily need to bet the flop. It's kind of nice to bet and get worse clubs to start putting money in the pot, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, like those flush versus flush situations. Whereas if you don't bet the flop, it's hard to get a medium-sized pot, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, is anyone tracking the number of hands Aussie's won in this match so far? Because it feels like it's 90% or so.
It's been tough for Foxen to win anything. Couple of river calls that lost. Check back and lose. Bluffs haven't gotten through.
Remember when he played Limitless, he always 3-bet King-Jack offsuit. Let's see what's his game plan against Foxen.
I would like it here. We're shorter. I see a black chip.
Yep. Makes it 105k, and it's a small 3-bet, but the man has the Robbie.
Yeah, Jack 4 off. Still has to fold. Something to take note of going forward for Foxen. Curious if he starts open limping sometimes, especially now that you've seen that small 3-bets are coming.
Mm-hmm.
You could use limps as a way to try and see a flop without raise folding a weak hand like that.
I'm just folding 2 big blinds over and over again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if Foxen does implement that strategy. And I think it's a good adjustment just to see if Aussie reacts appropriately, right? Because if he plays poorly against the limp, then by all means, maybe that is the way to go about playing the 40 big blindish stack. For now, though, Ace-Jack versus Jack-7 off suit. Pair of sevens.
check.
Perhaps finally Foxen can win a pot.
Ace of hearts. Backdoor nut flush draw here for Aussie.
Bet 20.
Aussie's turn for a min bet.
Call.
1 white chip. Makes the call.
Check.
Feels like Ace-Jack has enough showdown value to not necessarily need to turn itself into a bluff.
Yeah.
Oh, what about the ace on the river? Foxen can't win a hand.
Thought he was going to be able to show this down.
Check.
Now
Now-
he's going to be faced with another bluff catching spot.
Yeah, and should he bluff catch with the 7? Is it just a guessing game on the ace?
Kind of is. It's one of those spots where when you're playing a pro who sees the board in the way where it's like, ah, the ace is the card that I can represent, and that's a logical way to bluff. 180 is
Wow.
chunky.
180 to 1. Now, Foxen hasn't seen what the overbet is just yet, but it's happened at least 4 times, I believe, in this heads-up match. Eventually, he gets curious.
And it makes perfect sense here. The question is just, is this the recognition that Aussie's going to bring to a bluff when the ace comes? Is he going to quickly put together, like, okay, I can rep the ace by betting 1.5 times the pot?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Foxen has to decide if he's thinking about a light call with a hand like this.
This is a very important pot for Foxen because if he calls and he's wrong, he's down to 600,000.
5 seconds.
Foxen's going to use this as an opportunity to try and gather some info.
There's only so many time banks left.
Seems like he was trying to get a reaction. A little bit of table talk there.
Didn't learn anything. Foxen pays off. Ketola
Nice hand.
playing his man like a fiddle right now. This is just a slaughter right now.
I mean,
3.4 versus 600K.
steamrolling.
Steamroll.
Unstoppable.
I kind of feel like he set up that value bet with the ace jack there from the previous hands where there was multiple overbets. He didn't
Yeah.
get called, and eventually, Foxen just has to see. But it's going to be costly.
It's the luxury you get. And I mean, this is even against someone as decorated as Alex Foxen. When you have that much momentum behind you and you've, been relatively aggressive, it's hard not to get in your head, like, is this guy's strategy really just to bluff every hand?
It's King Jack versus King 7 at the moment. Foxen's in 30 big blind territory. Makes the call.
Check.
That King of Diamonds might get Foxen into a little bit of trouble. But then again, Ossi hasn't been c-betting that many flops from what I've seen this time.
If he goes back to the min bet, which we see he is this time, I think Foxen will continue this hand. Any other size probably would have been too much.
Well, it's just the min bet of 20K.
Four.
Makes the call.
Check.
Another spot we could take our high card to showdown and expect to win.
Yeah, kind of for both players, right? You can see how King Jack High could be good or King 7.
Check.
Especially now.
King Jack would play.
Trips on board. Foxen's going to think this king high will win pretty often. Like you said, the jack does play. Monarch's going to continue his run. Unless Foxen comes up with something heroic here.
No, he's just trying to
King.
pretend he's got something. King no good because it's King Jack that's going to play. Foxen's down to 520,000. That's just 26 big blinds.
No, he wins.
Nice. My bad.
How many blacks you got?
5.
5 blacks and some blues. That's all Foxen's got left. Gets 8-4 offsuit. Open folds.
You break that.
Not even good enough to limp. He's going to need to pick up some big hands in a hurry.
I mean, to be fair, I would think that Foxen's 25 big blind game is more experienced.
Yeah, you think this is feeling kind of comfortable?
Yeah.
Like Alex is, all right, let's lock in. We're playing, we're in my court now.
It's not like he's trying to grind down to where he's comfortable with 25 bigs, but it is very interesting to see. King 6 versus King 5. Very likely this pot would be chopped.
Check.
Well, that pretty much seals it in terms of this pot
Guaranteed,
being
right?
chopped. Yeah. I doubt one of the other players will be folding. Full house versus full house. Running around there, king, king. Okay.
I mean, there's like one way someone folds, but it's pretty hard, Randy.
Yeah. We heroically go all in, try to get your opponent to fold king and then accidentally run to an ace.
I mean, only Foxen can have the ace, really.
80.
Yeah, but he's value betting against queen high at the moment.
Yeah, this 80
Oh,
King.
getting snapped, of course.
Sure.
Was hoping to get called by worse.
The break-even graphic. It's a rare one.
pass.
A king jack versus 2 10s. I could see a world where chips just go in, pretty given how short Foxen is.
Raise 40.
I think Foxen will 3-bet. Question is what size? Does he rip for 25 blinds, or does he make it like 120,000? Try to induce.
Yeah, I like the smaller sizing because you
135.
just need to use these 10s to hopefully build a stack,
We can get called by 2 undercards, something like 8-7 suited.
right? But
I
they're
do
not
like
going to
this.
call 25 big blind shove, you know? So here we go. $270,000 pot. 10s, they're best.
Kind of hand that sometimes just wants to rip the flop. 360K behind. Lots of draws out there that we don't interfere with.
Bet 100.
Tosses in the 100. He's just begging for some action. It's the only good hand he's seen as of late. Might get King Jack a little curious with the King of Diamonds working.
It's a decent draw. And we've got just 6 clean outs to top pair.
Makes the call. Turn card is the 4. I suppose there's just too much in there. Nothing you can do but just jam 2 10s, right?
I think so. We do have a diamond and a heart, so it's a little more likely that Ossi's just drawing super slim here. Maybe you could justify a check from time to time. But we don't really want to allow hands even like this to see the river for free.
And there's even the case where the 3 just chops it.
I think this is nice.
So Foxen all in for 265,000. Also, he just has King Jack high. Would be an ambitious call if he was to make it.
Yeah, no need to be a hero here.
I think he played it just fine. And finally, a little bit of life for Alex Foxen.
Good to know you can lose a pot that's over 80K.
Huh?
Good to know you can lose a pot that's over 80K.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I mean, it's hard not to notice. The Aussie's been steamrolling as of late.
Raise 40.
A King Jack offsuit once again. My read is going to 3-bet this hand.
It's a good read, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Raise 140.
140K. Slightly larger. Remember before he did 3-bet to 105, but that was more shallow stacks.
I think it was even around this depth.
Was it?
Ossi just
What time is it now?
mixes size.
Don't have your motion.
Did you hear what
Sorry?
Ossi just asked?
For the time.
You know why it's relevant, right?
Because he wants to know how fast he needs to bust Foxen to
Get that second
round
match
2
going.
in before 4.
Exactly. 100% he asked. That's the reason he asked. It's not like he needs to go to bed by a certain time.
No, the plan is how quickly do I need to bust this guy to get him to double the stakes?
Like, Aussie really does just want to break players. That's just his goal. He finds it challenging.
Raise
He
40.
knows it's an uphill battle in terms of experience, but he's trying to use these stakes to his advantage. Now he's got 2 sevens. This hand seems like it could 3-bet,
Raise
which it
125.
does.
Yeah, I like this. We're playing short enough that we want to 3-bet and get it in.
So Foxen hasn't introduced this limping strategy just yet.
Yeah, stuck with the min raise. Just min raise or fold.
We'll see if he brings it in at some point. 8-5 versus 10-7 offsuit. But look who brings in the limping strategy first. It's actually Ossi Ketola.
Check.
We saw this as part of his game yesterday as well.
Check.
Nice top pair for Foxen. Hopefully he can deuce from the button limp.
Check.
But Ossi, he's not the type to just bet any board. Kind of feel like Foxen needs to keep checking to a man like this. Normally you would bet 10-7 in this spot, I would think, right?
You're just thinking it's not a guarantee that Ossi has like ace or king high here. He's got such a wide variety of hands.
Because
Check it over again.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because you do need to try to induce these little bluffs here and there. They do add up, as you can see what's been working out for Ossi. I know it's an interesting spot because I would say, though, normally you would be value betting the 10-7 yourself to try to
Fold.
get some value, maybe out of some ace or king high. You've got draws in your range.
Mm-hmm.
It's just very interesting in the sit and go format where there could be deviations from conventional play.
Raise
Well,
18.
here's Foxen with his first limp, and he's getting raised by the 10-9 suited.
I almost think Ossi didn't even need 10-9 suited to raise. Likes to really make statements.
Fold.
Like, oh, I limp and you limp, so let me punish you. But here we are.
Yeah.
10-9 suit is actually dominating 10-8 off. 160,000. Open and a straight draw for Foxen. Best hand for Ketola.
Check.
He continues where he left off. Majority check, out of position.
Yeah, it's an unconventional style.
Check 40.
That makes sense with his hand specifically. 40K into 160.
Another small size. You don't necessarily expect it
Fold.
on this board. I mean, if Foxen had a king, he'd want to bet big, right?
I would think so too. Turn card gives Foxen additional equity in the form of the spades. Foxen might lean on this card. It does feel like, generally speaking, Ketola's raise to check call this flop is relatively weak. One pair.
Yeah.
Usually a one pair that's not a king, but Foxen takes the free card. He does not hit the flush or the straight.
Yeah, maybe with a bit less equity, Foxen would have gone for the triple barrel bluff. As it stands,
Check.
he's probably going to lose this one. Even if Foxen does make a bet check bet bluff here, 10-9 suited's looking pretty cozy.
Yeah, the main hand you're trying to fold out is like an ace-10, ace-queen, or a 9x.
It's 240.
He's going to go for it. It's full pot for 240,000.
Okay, maybe cozy was the wrong word.
But this
Randy.
is a crucial pot for Foxen. He really needs to take this one down. Foxen trying to sell the story that he's got a king.
5 seconds.
You know, it's somewhat inconsistent to me, Randy. 'Cause
Go on.
we're playing so short that I feel like any king that's willing to bet the flop is pretty darn likely to keep betting the deuce of spades. I know a flush completed, but
Because he's shallow.
well, he sniffs it out.
And that's why he makes the call. It doesn't make sense, and Foxen is down to 325,000 remaining as Ketola picks up that 720K pot. Just look at the face of this man. He can't believe it.
Good luck to you, bro.
He can't win any decent-sized pot. I mean, is Foxen thinking about the next game already, potentially? Look at it. He's down 1.675 million.
It's 12 to 1 advantage for Monarch. It's hard not to be thinking about the next match right now.
I've seen a lot of heads-up matches where players have gotten to very few blinds. They almost never come back, Kevin. They really don't come back.
Well, and it's tough mentally, too. If it's in the back of your mind, like, well, if I just punt this one off, maybe we can double the stakes.
Well,
325K down the drain, try to win 4 million in the next one. How do you justify to yourself, no, I'm actually going to grind for the next 3 hours and dig myself out of this hole? It's a hard place to go.
Well, he's got ace-king. This hand can try and spin it back up to a reasonable stack. This is really nice for Foxen. Top pair, top kicker versus the middle pair.
Yeah, mini cooler here when we're this short. 15 blinds. See if Foxen gets greedy with sizing. Sticks to 25K.
Yeah, I think there's not as much reason to go greedy when you're playing so shallow. Relatively easy to get all the stack in by the river. Jack on the turn.
Might let Ketola get away from this one relatively cheap. You don't love seeing a turn barrel when the jack comes and you don't have a gut shot or a flush draw.
Yeah, so perhaps maybe he did miss a little value by not going larger on the flop. If you're saying that jack is quite scary, and I would say it is for the pair of nines.
80.
80K into 130. I kind of like folding a spot, mainly because if I fold and I let Foxen pick up this pot, it's not the end of the world. He only has, what, 400K or whatever still, right?
Yeah.
Whereas now if I try and hero call this one down to end it, I may put him in a situation where he has a very dangerous stack. But that river card should save Foxen. Well, no, I mean, Ketola, given it brings the four-liner. Hard for Foxen to get more value if ace-king.
Well, he hasn't checked yet, Randy.
You think he's thinking about turning the 9 into a bluff? I think he should consider it.
I think it's on the table for sure. I mean, it's a little tricky when it's the queen that completes. That very much a possibility for Alex's holding in position. I think he found the right give up there. No guarantee we could have gotten the ace-king to fold.
That pot, much needed for Foxen. He's got $500,000 in front of him. And $500,000 is a short stack, Kevin. Just want to say that. Jacks now.
Yeah, come on, Randy. Can we get these short stackers out of here?
These 500K short stacks.
So annoying, these little $500,000 stacks.
I know. They can't even play 7 figures.
Gosh. Top up.
They're not allowed to, okay? They got to bust their stack to top up to at least 2 million for the next match. Go to Foxen just goes, can we just do blind all-ins until I get a playable stack?
40.
Of course, he's going to try to grind out this 20 big blind stack. Raise call. Look who's got the best hand. Pair of eights.
It's a tough game when your opponent outflops you. It really is. I know it sounds basic, but big part of heads up, getting dealt the winner.
Well, if Foxen can double barrel this, he probably can down to 8.
I agree. Queen 10 not looking particularly showdownable. It's good once in a while against Jack 10. Maybe Queen X suited backdoor.
I like a double barrel in a spot, especially because Ossi has a lot of reason to push an ace pre-flop, right, given the shallow stack. So, yeah,
Yeah.
well done, Foxen. Just makes it so much more likely your opponent's on an 8 or a king, and the 8 is going to fold.
It's true.
10x, the 10 of clubs is nice too, just to block some of the continues.
More limping from Alex. 25 blinds effective now. 5-3 offsuit, good enough. Decent flop for both. Ossi makes the 10 high flush draw. Foxen with the wheel draw.
You know, there's a card that really could speed things up. The deuce of diamonds. Oh my god, it's the deuce of diamonds.
Randy, you've done that twice. You did that yesterday with the, I forget what it was, but how?
How does he not lose all his chips here?
How does Foxen have a straight versus a flush again?
What he perceives to be the perfect turn card is going to be his demise. From his point of view, there's so many hands he can get value against. Single diamond with the queen especially.
Doesn't get greedy with the sizing. Standard 3/4 pot on a connected turn. Is that a jam?
Wow, he just check jammed a flush.
I thought maybe small check raise, but I mean, we can't fold a straight, can we? Foxen with no diamond. He knows there's a chance he's just dead.
So big.
Can he
Big
hero
fucking
fold?
hand. I don't have a flush, so next best thing. I don't think I can fold.
He makes the call, and he's drawing dead. This match is over.
Nice hand.
Foxen down $2 million, Kevin. River card doesn't matter.
GG. Should we talk about rematch maybe?
Sure.
Talk about a
Yes,
rematch. You hear it. All right, welcome back to the booth. Randy Lee alongside Kevin Rabichow and Alex Foxen.
That was quick, Randy.
Down $2 million in how long was that heads-up match? Like
That
an
was-
hour or so?
That was really fast.
Very fast.
Straight versus flush for the second time in that match. I mean, a couple of coolers, a couple of nice plays from Ossi. Foxen just couldn't get it going at any point.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can see him even tell his opponent, like, I haven't seen you lose a pot
Yeah.
over 80K.
Yeah.
And, Foxen, he won 1 or 2 pots over 80K. I believe it was the tens was his biggest pot in a 3-bet pot where he won a flop bet as well, but definitely struggled. But immediately after that match concluded, you heard Ossi say, you want to discuss some negotiation on another match? And I believe there's rumor of it being a $10 million buy-in. Yes, $10 million. And when I say $10 million, I'm not saying $5 million and $5 million. I'm saying $10 million and $10 million. That's $20 million heads-up match. It's very likely to happen. We need to set things up just a bit, so maybe about 20, 30 minutes or so, but that's roughly confirmed. You excited, Kevin?
I mean, I'm sorry. Could you tell me again?
$20
How many?
million, $10 million apiece. Aussie is looking to get back all of his money in this match, and I don't know. Let's go to a break and get excited for that one.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
In the chat about the numbers across matches starting to add up. I know we were impressed with Monarch's play yesterday, but definitely since starting these matches, his results have been less than ideal. This is an opportunity to get some money going in his direction.
I don't know. Foxen might not be folding Queen 10 offsuit right now with that 10 of diamonds.
I don't think he should. 35 cheap enough.
Oh, he's brought in a black chip.
And this is kind of what I thought Foxen might bring to this match. Not a heads-up player by trade, tournament player for how long? Forever. And just known for the upfront aggressive approach, for the interest in reading people. He gets Ossi off of a pair
Very nice.
on the flop. Pretty big fold.
Yeah, Fox is known to be one of those.
Foxen's idea there is to play as many hands as possible. Could be one excuse to min raise is to try and play 100% of buttons. I'll have to wait to see him get dealt the bottom of the deck.
Would you say your go-to would be to go larger than min raise on the button, though, to stack depth?
To be honest, given what we saw from Ossi, specifically we saw a fair bit of pre-flop aggression.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that the bigger size is actually all that successful. The more he 3-bets, the more willing he is to put pressure, the more I'd like to min raise.
Let's see if it works out for Foxen. As of right now, 6 is best for Ketola. Couple checks on the flop.
Really nothing going on for this king deuce. Good chance you see a free river, though.
Yeah, Ketola's been the type to want to try and check down and make a lot of the key decisions on the river after a full run out. 6 is looking all right.
Maybe a chance for Monarch to seek value. Foxen inevitably checks it over.
It seems like you can target the 5 very clearly and maybe some curious ace or king highs with the 6.
Another large size incoming. It's at 150.
150K. He's definitely brought in a different strategy into this heads-up match specifically. This is not something we saw him do yesterday.
Yeah, I can't think of any hands where Ossi bet more than pot, I want to say. And very often more like half, 2/3. This is twice now. We've seen the river overbet.
He's thinking with king deuce offsuit.
Well, this is something different that I'm expecting Foxen to bring. Very reliant on live information. I mean, a
Suspicious.
famous stare down.
So every time Foxen min raises and we see a flop, at least 80,000 in the middle. Should be on Ossi Ketola. Eventually checks.
Back. 25.
Gave Foxen some time to think about this one. Typically might check back the ace-6. Kind of mid-strength. Feels like Jack-10 has options.
Yeah, well, those options are more than one white chip. Check raise the 80,000. He's bringing in the heat.
Feels like a continuation from yesterday, Randy. Ossi was very active on dry textures like this. Clears out the better ace-high.
Yeah, really nice strategy. And maybe he's trying to lean on the fact that he expects.
Yesterday's stream, I mean, he's here.
Or is he just yellowing it?
Entirely possible, of course. Like I said, he was playing the 150K all day today.
I don't want to call it a 150K small, but this is 2 million apiece.
We'll wait till we get to the heads up of the 150K, Randy.
True that.
It's going to be a chunky pay jump.
Foxen going for C betting strategy. Comes in with min.
Yeah, contrast in styles here. Seen a couple of small C bets already.
Ace high going to make the call with the best hand.
Standard procedures.
3. Doesn't change anything.
Queen-9 has a chance to win at Showdown. Not the most likely, but decent high card hand.
Turn cards to 3, in case you guys already forgot. Well, the queen high is going to try to show it down. Bad news.
I don't mind that give up for a couple reasons. One, there is an outside chance the Queen-9's good at show strategy. That's not the idea there.
Let's see. Perhaps he's trying to extend the stack to pot ratio.
That perhaps,
Especially
yeah.
in 3-bet pots, where he perceives to have advantage in position. Of course, there's trade-offs.
Well, it's like you said, Randy, there's no reloads. We play until someone has 0. If you keep the pots a little smaller, keep the stack to pot ratio a little higher, you're effectively extending the match.
And again, on the flip side, you do want to kind of have bigger pots in position. Just a winning recipe in general, at least in
Yeah.
single raise pots, right?
Yeah.
Ace 10 is currently the best hand.
Yeah, well above average on King, King, Deuce. Continues to be best. Could try to get a little value on the turn, but it's thin.
Well, he's going to let the 7 get there. Maybe his turn to seek a little value.
Yeah, I would like to see some kind of bet from Foxen. I think you could even go big with this hand strength. Once in a while you run into a jack, it's unfortunate, but I think you could bet 3/4 pot and get called by ace high. 75K.
Spot on, buddy. 3/4 pot.
I'm dialed in, Randy.
Yeah. You just rewatched all the footage of yesterday.
Foxen wasn't here yesterday.
Nice call. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not nice. Nice bet, I mean.
Wow, the needles.
Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Do let us know if you guys would love to see even more of these matches. Randy Liu alongside Kevin Rabichow. We are following the chat here and there. So if you got anything interesting to say, maybe I'll bring it up. Maybe. Depends on my mood.
What you're saying is you're following the chat and you're going to selectively ignore it.
Pocket threes with the best hand. Paired board. A lot of min bets from Foxen from what I've seen so far. More ways to counterfeit the threes at the moment.
Ace 8's still going to feel pretty good. Wouldn't say it's typical to turn barrel, though. Unless Alex had a really strong inclination that Ossi was weak on the flop. Does check it back.
So queens and threes are best.
Small bet could get paid here.
Targeting ace high.
Yeah. Any 2-pair hand on this board is pretty strong.
Looks like he is going to seek some value, Kevin.
I like this. I also like it because we don't love check calling the river. Like pocket threes is pretty good, but check calling the river doesn't feel so great when you've got 2 low cards in your hand, blocking some bluffs.
This might be one of those spots where Foxen expects to lose when calling, but maybe it's worth seeing how thin his opponent is value betting.
It kind of calls back to the same thing I said earlier. Like, this is a cheap opportunity to see another showdown, to gather a little more information, and if it's a close spot, I think just take
Good
it.
bet.
So testing the waters. 10-9 versus suited Robbie.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Suited Robbie looks nice, but look at Foxen. It's got open in a straight draw. So here's one of those spots where I'm curious which sizing Foxen decides to c-bet with. Slightly larger, it seems.
And I think this matches the board texture. I'm not reading too much into the open-ended nature of his hand. Other than that, it makes for a pretty good c-bet.
Of course, sometimes you do make the straight. Opponent makes like 2 pair, you can get a really nice pot. Pot now 200,000. And there's the straight for Foxen.
Offsuit queen. Ossi still with pretty incredible hand. Pretty much any reasonable bet size on the turn, and we'll see Monarch continue.
A little bit of hesitation here on the turn by Ossi, but does eventually check.
Seen that a few times from Ossi. Mostly intentional, mostly deliberate, I think. Putting some time on the front end of the hand to maybe think through what he knows about this spot.
All right, Foxen's gone 175.
Doesn't get too greedy, but this is on the large side of what you'd expect on a 3 to a straight board.
Yeah, he hasn't shown any overbets just yet, so perhaps he didn't want to introduce it too soon and lose a customer.
Yeah. Little does he know that Jack 4 of diamonds was calling anything.
Oh my, the flush comes in for Ossi Ketola. Pairs the queen as well. But I don't see how Foxen doesn't still value bet this hand.
I think basically no matter what happens here on the end, we're going to see a big pot heading Monarch's way.
How much is Foxen going to lose? That's the question. There's already 550,000 in the middle. And you can still see worlds where Foxen bets big, trying to target a hand like Queen 10, Queen 9 that check called.
I think so too. On this run out, probably minimum value is 3 of a kind for Foxen. If he
Okay.
had a hand like kings or aces, he would check behind.
I think that 9 of diamonds is going to hurt him too because it blocks some of the flushes that he's worried about.
So you think he might go even bigger? Hope to run into a queen.
I think it's possible, yeah.
5 seconds.
Oh yeah. Full pot.
Full pot, 550,000. Now we just have to ask the question, is there any value in raising?
Straight.
There isn't.
Flush.
Flush going to be revealed. And Foxen is down 900,000.
Huge swing in the direction of Monarch. First big pot.
1.65 million was that.
Really is the player who accumulates chips more easily.
Yeah, because I kind of, in my opinion, I feel like the pros have a little bit more pressure on them. You know, this is a really big game, clearly, 2 million apiece.
Yeah, and the expectation is you're coming in with the advantage, you better close. You better win this one, right?
20.
Of course, there's a lot of people who would love to see Foxen win. And Ossi is the man who's trying to just crush some dreams, I would say. Trip aces.
Just check call on the flop. Wouldn't be unheard of for Foxen to bluff a hand like this, totally disconnected from the board, trying to put pressure on Jack 10, Queen Jack. Maybe get diamonds to call twice and fold river, but he shuts it down.
Yeah, playing relatively straightforward at the moment. Trip aces for Ketola. We've actually seen him go for some overbets. Kind of feel like it's coming.
It'd be a good spot for it. And I feel like once you've introduced it to the mash, just keep leaning on it, right?
Oh, he actually checks it. He's mixing it up.
He might get a bluff out of Foxen. Are we really going to show down 8 high in position?
Bet 50.
You know it. He does bet, check, bet, and that is great news for Ossi Ketola.
I like this. Honestly, pretty good from both players. I mean, we have to try and bluff the 8-5.
I
But-
think he could check raise the ace-3, to be honest.
Yeah, I think once we see 50K, smells like a pair of 7s going for thin value, maybe a king at best.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put a raise out.
5 seconds.
Yeah, Ossi's playing great right now. Here comes the check raise.
Raise 195. Pass.
All of the momentum for Finland's Ossi Ketola, a.k.a. Monarch.
Try and see a flop without raise folding a weak hand like that.
I'm just folding 2 big blinds over and over again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if Foxen does implement that strategy. And I think it's a good adjustment just to see if Ossi reacts appropriately, right? Because if he plays poorly against the limp, then by all means, maybe that is the way to go about playing the 40 big blindish stack. For now, though, ace-jack versus jack-7 off suit. Pair of 7s.
Check.
Perhaps finally Foxen can win a pot.
Ace of hearts. Backdoor nut flush draw here for Ossi.
Bet 20.
Aussie's turn for a min bet.
Call.
One white chip. Makes the call.
Check.
Feels like ace-jack has enough showdown value to not necessarily need to turn itself into a bluff.
Yeah.
Oh, what about the ace on the river? Foxen can't win a hand.
Thought he was going to be able to show this down.
Check.
Now
Now-
he's going to be faced with another bluff catching spot.
Yeah, and should he bluff catch with the 7? Is it just a guessing game on the ace?
Kind of is. It's one of those spots where when you're playing a pro who sees the board in the way where it's like, ah, the ace is the card that I can represent, and that's a logical way to bluff. 180 is
Wow.
chunky.
180 to 1. Now, Foxen hasn't seen what the overbet is just yet, but it's happened at least 4 times, I believe, in this heads-up match. Eventually, he gets curious.
And it makes perfect sense here. The question is just, is this the recognition that Ossi's going to bring to a bluff when the ace comes? Is he going to quickly put together, like, okay, I can rep the ace by betting 1.5 times the pot?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Foxen has to decide if he's thinking about a light call with a hand like this.
This is a very important pot for Foxen because if he calls and he's wrong, he's down to 600,000.
5 seconds.
Foxen's going to use this as an opportunity to try and gather some info.
There's only so many time banks left.
Seems like he was trying to get a reaction. A little bit of table talk there.
Didn't learn anything. Foxen pays off. Ketola
Nice hand.
playing his man like a fiddle right now. This is just a slaughter right now.
I mean,
3.4 versus 600K.
been relatively aggressive. It's hard not to get in your head, like, is this guy's strategy really just to bluff every hand?
It's King Jack versus King 7 at the moment. Foxen's in 30 big blind territory. Makes the call.
Check.
You know, that King of Diamonds might get Foxen into a little bit of trouble. But then again, Ossi hasn't been c-betting that many flops from what I've seen this time.
If he goes back to the min bet, which we see he is this time, I think Foxen will continue this hand. Any other size probably would have been too much.
Well, it's just the min bet of 20K.
Call.
Makes the call.
Check.
Another spot we could take our high card to showdown and expect to win.
Yeah, kind of for both players, right? You can see how King Jack High could be good or King 7.
Check.
Especially now.
King Jack would play.
Trips on board. Foxen's going to think this king high will win pretty often. Like you said, the jack does play. Monarch's going to continue his run. Unless Foxen comes up with something heroic here.
No, he's just trying to
King.
pretend he's got something. King no good because it's King Jack that's going to play. Foxen's down to 520,000. That's just 26 big blinds.
No, he wins.
Nice. My bad.
I mean, to be fair, I would think that Foxen's 25 big blind game is more experienced.
Yeah, you think this is feeling kind of comfortable?
Yeah.
Like Alex is, all right, let's lock in. We're playing, we're in my court now.
It's not like he's trying to grind down to where he's comfortable with 25 bigs, but it is very interesting to see. King 6 versus King 5. Very likely this pot would be chopped.
Check.
Well, that pretty much seals it in terms of
Check.
this pot
Guaranteed,
being
right?
chopped. Yeah. I
Check.
doubt one of the other players will be folding. Full house versus full house. Running around their king, king. Okay.
I mean, there's like one way someone folds, but it's pretty hard, Randy.
Yeah. We, heroically go all in, try to get your opponent to fold the king, and then accidentally run to an ace.
I mean, only Foxen can have the ace, really.
80.
Yeah, but he's value betting against queen high at the moment.
Yeah, this 80
Oh,
King.
getting snapped, of course.
Sure.
Is hoping to get called by worse.
The break-even graphic. It's a rare one. King Jack versus 2 10s. I could see a world where chips just go in, pretty given how short Foxen is.
Raise 40.
I think Foxen will 3-bet. Question is what size? Does he rip for 25 blinds, or does he make it like 120,000? Try to induce.
Yeah, I like the smaller sizing because you
135.
just need to use these 10s to hopefully build a stack.
We can get called by 2 undercards, something like 8-7 suited.
Right? But
I
they're
do
not
like
going to
this.
call 25 big blind shove, you know? So here we go. $270,000 pot. 10s, their best.
Kind of hand that sometimes just wants to rip the flop. 360K behind. Lots of draws out there that we don't interfere with.
Bet 100.
Tosses in 100. He's just begging for some action. It's the only good hand he's seen as of late. It might get King Jack a little curious with the King of Diamonds working.
It's a decent draw. And we've got just 6 clean outs to top pair.
Makes the call. Turn card is the 4. I suppose there's just too much in there. Nothing you can do but just jam 2 10s, right?
I think so. We do have a diamond and a heart, so it's a little more likely that Ossi's just drawing super slim here. Maybe you could justify a check from time to time. But we don't really want to allow hands even like this to see the river for free.
And there's even a case where the 3 just chops it.
I think this is nice.
So Foxen all in for 265,000. Ossi just has King Jack high. Would be an ambitious call if he was to make it.
Yeah, no need to be a hero here.
I think he played it just fine. And finally, a little bit of life for Alex Foxen. You would be value betting the 10-7 yourself to try to get some value, maybe out of some ace or king high. You've got draws in your range.
Mm-hmm.
It's just very interesting in the sit and go format where there could be deviations from conventional play.
Raise
Well,
80.
here's Foxen with his first limp, and he's getting raised by the 10-9 suited.
I almost think Ossi didn't even need 10-9 suited to raise. Likes to really make statements.
Call.
Like, oh, I limp and you limp, so let me punish you. But here we are.
Yeah.
10-9 suit is actually dominating 10-8 off. 160,000. Open and a straight draw for Foxen. Best hand for Ketola.
Check.
He continues where he left off. Majority check, out of position.
Yeah, it's unconventional style.
Bet 40.
That makes sense with his hand specifically. 40K into 160.
Another small size. You don't necessarily expect it on this board. I mean, if Foxen had a king, he'd want to bet big, right?
I would think so too. Turn card gives Foxen additional equity in the form of the spades. Foxen might lean on this card. It does feel like, generally speaking, Ketola's raise to check call this flop is relatively weak. One pair.
Yeah.
Usually a one pair that's not a king, but Foxen takes the free card. He does not hit the flush or the straight.
Yeah, maybe with a bit less equity, Foxen would have gone for the triple barrel bluff. As it stands, he's probably going to lose this one. Even if Foxen does make a bet check bet bluff here, 10-9 suited's looking pretty cozy.
Yeah, the main hand you're trying to fold out is like an ace-10, ace-queen, or a 9x.
240.
He's going to go for it. It's full pot for 240,000.
Okay, maybe cozy was the wrong word.
But this
Randy.
is a crucial pot for Foxen. He really needs to take this one down. Foxen trying to sell the story that he's got a king.
5 seconds.
You know, it's somewhat inconsistent to me, Randy. 'Cause
Go on.
we're playing so short that I feel like any king that's willing to bet the flop is pretty darn likely to keep betting the deuce of spades. I know a flush completed, but,
Because he's shallow.
well, he sniffs it out.
And that's why he makes the call. It doesn't make sense. And Foxen is down to 325,000 remaining as Ketola picks up that 720K pot.
Like, well, if I just punt this one off, maybe we can double the stakes.
Well,
325K down the drain, try to win 4 million in the next one. How do you justify to yourself, no, I'm actually going to grind for the next 3 hours and dig myself out of this hole? It's a hard place to go.
Well, he's got ace-king. This hand can try and spin it back up to a reasonable stack. This is really nice for Foxen. Top pair, top kicker versus the middle pair.
Yeah, mini cooler here when we're this short. 15 blinds. See if Foxen gets greedy with sizing. Sticks to 25K.
Yeah, I think there's not as much reason to go greedy when you're playing so shallow. Relatively easy to get all the stack in by the river. Jack on the turn.
Might let Ketola get away from this one relatively cheap. You don't love seeing a turn barrel when the jack comes and you don't have a gut shot or a flush draw.
Yeah, so perhaps maybe he did miss a little value by not going larger on the flop. If you're saying that Jack is quite scary, and I would say it is for the pair of nines.
80.
80K into 130. I kind of like folding a spot, mainly because if I fold and I let Foxen pick up this pot, it's not the end of the world. He only has, what, 400K or whatever still, right?
Yeah.
Whereas now if I try and hero call this one down to end it, I may put him in a situation where he has a very dangerous stack. But that river card should save Foxen. Well, no, I mean, Ketola, given it brings the four-liner. Hard for Foxen to get more value if ace-king.
Well, he hasn't checked yet, Randy.
You think he's thinking about turning the 9 into a bluff? I think he should consider it.
I think it's on the table for sure. I mean, it's a little tricky when it's the queen that completes. That very much a possibility for Alex's holding in position. I think he found the right give up there. No guarantee we could have gotten the ace-king to fold.
That pot, much needed for Foxen. All ins until I get a playable stack. course, he's going to try to grind out this 20 big blind stack. Raise call. Look who's got the best hand. Pair of eights.
It's a tough game when your opponent outflops you. It really is. I know it sounds basic, but big part of heads up, getting dealt the winner.
Well, if Foxen can double barrel this, he probably can down to 8.
I agree. Queen 10 not looking particularly showdownable. It's good once in a while against Jack 10. Maybe Queen X suited backdoor.
I like a double barrel in a spot, especially because Ossi has a lot of reason to push an ace pre-flop, right, given the shallow stack. So, yeah,
Yeah.
well done, Foxen. Just makes it so much more likely your opponent's on an 8 or a king, and the 8 is going to fold.
It's true.
10x, the 10 of clubs is nice.
More limping from Alex. 25 blinds effective now. 5-3 offsuit.
And welcome back to Jeju, Randy Liu alongside Kevin Rabichow. And it is time for the $20 million heads-up match. Wait.
Hold on.
The $10 million heads-up match, $5 million apiece. Yes, there was a little bit of negotiation. The game plan was to have $10 million apiece for $20 million total, but got negotiated down to $5 million apiece. But still, it's a $10 million heads-up match.
Thank you for clearing the air, Randy.
You look disappointed.
I was worried. I mean, I'm not disappointed. We're about to play $5 million apiece heads up. This is. I'm so glad heads up is back, Randy.
You sound very enthusiastic, my friend.
I mean, it's just. I don't know. I don't know how else to show it. I'm glad heads up is back. I'm glad these two are playing another round.
It seems like Ossi. He won a match. He didn't win a match against Limitless the other day. Lost $6 million. And, in that first match here that we just witnessed against Foxen, he seemed very confident. Cards going his way a bit. And seems like he was very happy, eager to raise the stakes as much as he could. But sounds like $5 million is what they settled on.
Yeah, I mean, it came together relatively fast given the big jump in stakes. You have to think that both sides felt good somehow about the way that first match went. I mean, we kind of felt like Foxen on the wrong end of two coolers effectively. Maybe a few spots he could have played differently, but I don't know that Foxen's coming away from that first round thinking, oh, geez, I got outplayed. He might be motivated to come back and feel like his edge is still there.
Well, from what I saw, though, I felt like near the end of that match when he was down to like 20 to 30 big blinds, he looked a little deflated to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to shake up his confidence going into a bigger prize match, but I don't know. Got to stay headstrong, right?
Yeah. It's hard. I mean, it's hard when you're getting punched in the face every single step. It felt like he couldn't win a pot. He's going to have to see the best hand sometime, or else Ossi's going to win $5 million.
$5 million. It's a $10 million heads-up match as we do send it down now. Here's the competitors. So, of course, the blinds now are $25,000, $50,000. Oh, first pot Foxen. Running good.
It's a momentum play. I don't need it.
Is there something about the way Foxen wears this hoodie on his shoulder? It's peculiar to me.
It does seem intentional, doesn't it? It's not covering anything, though. Ossi's to his right. Hoodie on his left.
Yeah, it's not like it's trying to hide a pulse.
Maybe that's his brand.
Tokabu? Possibly. Sounds Japanese. There is an adjustment, though, for Ossi Ketola. He's no longer wearing that very fluffy white Eskimo type hoodie, sweatshirt, whatever you want to call it.
They turned up the heat.
I don't know. It might have been his good luck charm. Actually, he does have a good luck charm. Against Limitless, he had that little ring, but I don't see it here.
Yeah, I don't
this
see the
time.
ring today.
Yeah, he probably
To be fair, he went 0 for 2 that day, so it might just be in a trash can somewhere.
he smashed it.
Yes. Yeah. I don't have my phone is the problem.
So it's 100 big blinds apiece.
But I think he sent it to you. Okay.
No top up. They must play until one man has all of the chips, which is $10 million.
Ossi got dealt bottom of range 3 times in a row on the button. Feels like 7-4 here is just like, okay, come on. Like, let's get to the action. Not going to fold another button.
Both players interacting with the 7-6-5 texture. Top pair versus the open-end straight draw. Open-ended for Ketola as well, but the bottom end.
Wouldn't mind a large bet here.
75K.
Tricked me for a second. I was like, oh yeah, 75K, 3/4 pot. No. 30% on offer. See if Foxen wants to raise or call, I think. Calling. The typical one. Just the 1 card open-ender.
Yeah, I think one of the things we probably are in line with is that maybe a little bit more passive play for some of the hands for Foxen, I would imagine. Sure, he could check raise King 8 in this spot, but if he's wrong, that could definitely be detrimental to his stack. It's like a round of knuckles in the King 8. It's good. That's a straight.
Don't think a turn barrel would have even avoided this situation. King 8 fairly strong. Now it's just how big do we try and get paid for? Overbets were in play last match. Both players regularly overbetting the pot. Here just half. It's going to be tempting for the pair of 7s. Only real issue I see with Ossi's hand is that he's got a 4. And some of Foxen's bluffs might come from King 4, Jack 4, these kind of floats on the flop. That's a nice fold.
Right, because everything else has some kind of pair.
Yeah, it's hard to arrive at the river unpaired without having some kind of open-ender or gut shot on the flop. 4x is the main way to do it.
Pocket 5s. Wins it. Same game plan with the min-raise strategy for Foxen on the button.
Rolls reversed. Trash in the blinds, pair on the button. New hands happening quick here. Second dealer at the ready to prepare the next deck.
Oh yeah, we're not going to make it slow. There's a shot clock, but each player have very limited time banks.
Looks like 3 apiece. That's what they've been doing.
That's right, 30 seconds. And can't get more unless the match is over. Jack 9 suited versus Ace 10. I could see this potentially getting bigger pre-flop.
Yeah, this, I think, indicative of Foxen's style, what he does with a hand like Ace 10 offsuit, King Queen offsuit, something fringy. Could go either way, 3-betting or flatting. Foxen flats. Still wants to keep these pots small before the flop.
Yeah, it's funny because $250,000 is a small pot, and that's just a single raise pot with no bets post-flop so far. Round of checks. Net flush draw now for Alex Foxen.
Ace high gonna feel like showdown value. Normally we check these hands. Allow Ossi to try and represent the king. She will often check behind on the 7 high board. See if he favors continuing to check. He's done this often with the lowest equity, weak hands.
No, Foxen rivered the ace, but go on.
Well, the Jack 9 definitely counts as low equity. I don't know if it's weak enough feeling for Ossi to want to bluff when check to. Also don't know that Foxen's going to check. He's not only got an ace, he's got a pretty strong ace. 10 kicker playing.
175.
Big bet, hoping to run into a weaker ace, a king.
Something that doesn't want to fold. Might be afraid Ketola's got some kind of 7-504 that's always going to check it back with this run out. With the bigger sizing, you get the max out of an ace, I would think, too.
What have we got here?
Wow, he's bluff raising. And this is a strategy he was doing against Limitless. And
We
it was
didn't
working.
see it with pure air, Randy. I mean, this just empty bluff on the river. Check down and then 400K on top. Limitless folded 2 out of 2 when Ossi used this play yesterday.
Yeah, it's a bluff raise of $575,000 with just jack high. He must be confused why Alex is betting the card that is perceived to hit the pre-flop raiser, I suppose. Or at least check to the pre-flop raiser.
Time bank deployed. Foxen has the ace of diamonds, but I don't think what's on his mind is leveraging it as a bluff card. I think he's just trying to piece together this story. What makes sense?
Random 2-pair, ace-4, ace-5 come to mind.
In that case, calling an ace is pretty nice.
He doesn't seem confident about it, but he does flick in the call, and he's going to get the good news. Foxen's up to 6.1 million. Not bad. $1.4 million pot.
Mucked that one, right? Alex didn't even have to show. No information exchanged other than that was a bluff. Foxen picks off the first big play that Ossi's made without the goods.
Yeah, I think Ketola trying to minimize the information leaked in that spot. Don't worry, play will resume shortly.
I think Kate just had like a really funny cat video to show Alex.
Yeah. How'd you know,
They're
man?
like, guys. I know, just don't worry. It's only going to take a second. You just got to see that it's eating people food. It's hilarious.
Ketola doesn't look amused. Why didn't you show me the cat video as well?
He's feeling left out right now.
Like, yep. He's lost.
It's like, what, you got your own private friendship?
King 10 versus 10-9 offsuit. Foxen up $1 million so far in round 2. See a 9, a king, and a queen. Foxen with the best hand, both players with the same gut shot.
Size up opportunity, perhaps. 3 Broadway cards. Do we count the 9? Not really.
You win
2 Broadway cards.
half the pot, so more than a third.
Quick check call. Foxen remains way ahead here. I think King 10 I would rate as the weakest top pair that's happy to put in another barrel.
So you're saying a hand like King 7 is likely to check back?
Yeah, without the gutter and with the kicker that doesn't play, I think we often see these top pairs check back, but King 10 feels just good enough to try and get 3 streets on some runouts.
Well, certainly going to try to get the second barrel in there. 300 into 4.
And I know we've seen Monarch avoiding some gut shots, you know, folding early, but this, a pretty good pair and gut shot. Feels different. Looks like he folded, though.
It's a very nice fold. Very hard to do that kind of equity.
And gets away in terrible shape. Thought we were headed to a river with $1 million in there. As it stands, Foxen's picked up 6.3 to 3.7 lead.
$125.
It's got no whites. So announces 125K. Foxen getting the best of the deck so far. Early goings of round 2. Seen a lot of checking as the pre-flop raiser from Ossi. On those textures, we expect a lot of c-bets, right?
Yeah, and let's see if Foxen has picked up yet that this is sometimes just pure air that will bluff later, because that's where Ossi was very successful against Malinowski, was being able to bluff rivers or turns unimproved after checking behind. Here, Foxen checking a pretty strong queen. Ossi not bluffing the turn, and he picks up a pair on the river.
Yeah, that pair could prove to be costly. Let's see. Is Foxen going to go for value?
His hand's good enough to bet large, even though the flush has completed. Very under-repped after check-check on the turn.
Full pot, which is a $250,000 bet.
Hard not to just flick it in with the river to 8. It's pretty strong.
The kicker is the queen on board. This is looking to be a quick one right now. 6.7 versus 3.3 million.
Early 2-1 lead.
Thank you.
So some confidence regained early in this match for Foxen. Where's the fur coat? He needs the fur coat. Ossi Ketola.
Raise 100.
He
Or
also
just-
needs this. King Queen suited versus Queen 8 suited.
And getting dealt the best hand could be the medicine. Very 3-bet worthy. King Queen suited.
5 seconds.
350.
Raise 350.
Makes it 3.5x.
He'll get action from Queen 8 of clubs. Don't think Foxen going to 4-bet a hand this strong.
Yeah, I don't believe we've seen any 4-bets yet today
No.
between these two. So the pot now, 700,000 3-bet pot. It comes ace 9 deuce. Rainbow. Once again, it's one of those boards where you often see the pre-flop 3-better throw out a small bet. This time, instead of checking, Ossi is going to bet 200K.
I'm very interested what Foxen makes of this spot. Queen 8 of clubs looks kind of fringy to me. Worthy of a continue against a small bet. Ossi hesitating before betting that size.
He's going to float with the Queen 8 of clubs. Ace on the turn.
Good card for King Queen suited. No flush draw comes in. No straights available.
I feel like if it gets checked over to Foxen, he's going to have to try to bluff at some point with this hand.
And King Queen suited doesn't have to fold to it either.
5 seconds. Check.
So Ossi Ketola checks it. $0.1 million pot. I guess the question is it worth betting the turn as a bluff or perhaps wait for the river to attack with Queen 8 of clubs?
Yeah, the tough thing is if we stab small right now in position, basically any hand better than Queen 8 suited is going to give it thought. It'll always be 2 overs to the 9. It'll always feel like some showdown value. I'm not sure that we're going to get this through with just 425. We might need to leverage the additional 2.5 million.
5 seconds.
Well, it does work against the King Queen suited, which is great news for Foxen, up to $7.2 million.
Just relentless aggression gets it done there.
Very well played.
It's a nice find.
Seems like Ossi was worried that he was just drawing dead due to ace.
I mean, very real possibility. Most of what Foxen bets there for value. 3 of a kind.
Five seconds. Raise 125.
This time, Queen 10 suited versus Jack 8 offsuit.
Check.
Seems like a decent fight. Top pair. Felt the flush draw against the Jack of hearts.
Check.
A check back with top pair. Yields.
Ooh.
The 4 flush. Great for Foxen.
See how Alex wants to try to get value from this Jack high flush.
Check.
I think he's thinking just one big street instead of 2 smaller ones.
Yeah, he's definitely seen Ketola check back a lot of flops as the pre-flop raiser, so he might be thinking that no equity hands might stab on the 4 flush. Checks through, and you were mentioning maybe there's more value in getting one big bet with the Jack of hearts rather than
Yeah.
2 bets on 2 streets.
Targeting a queen is a very realistic idea, I think, in Foxen's position.
And there's definitely worse hearts out there. 225 is the price. Maybe this gets the best of both worlds if the queen is very curious, which it is.
Yeah. Can't fault the queen.
And Ossi Ketola, he's already down $2.6 million this game.
Happens quick. We saw it in round 1. Alex quickly getting buried. Over 7.5 million in front of Alex Foxen.
Raise 100.
I mean, Foxen's getting the better cards as of late. King 8 versus Jack 8. Both players pairing to 8. Just a downhill battle for Ketola.
Check.
It's one of those kickers that can definitely get some value at some point.
Check 100.
Half the pot.
Yeah, I thought Alex might check this one. We haven't seen a flop check raise in a little bit, but we know that Ossi can play quite aggressively, check raising flops. Wouldn't be our favorite thing to see with King 8, but against Jack 8, just straightforward call.
Oh, maybe the tides have turned. Two pair now for Ossi Ketola.
Yeah, an opportunity for Monarch. Claw some back.
Now, of course, the jack is rather dangerous for Foxen. Overcards is 8. Hands that check call flop do connect with the jack in some manner. Whether it be the gut shots that pair the jack or the straight. And in this case, two pair. Check seems solid for me for King 8. Don't know if you agree.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see a turn barrel. It feels thin, and we can bluff catch a lot of rivers with this hand strength. 10 completes a good deal of Ossi's range, but there's still a possibility of 5-6, ace high. Some hands miss this board and might try to bluff here.
Maybe occasionally a 7x might turn itself into a bluff.
Yeah. If Ossi finds a value bet here, I think there's a chance he gets paid.
Check. Check.
Two pair.
Goes for check, and Foxen takes the quick check back.
Raise 125. Cool.
In comes Queen Deuce suited versus Queen 6 off. Deuce pairing for Foxen.
Out flopping, Monarch again.
Check.
Queen 6 at least deciding to check this one back, and
These turn cards.
domination rotation.
Not too bad for Ketola. And it's a strong 6 that he's turned.
Bet 75.
But it's Foxen that's doing the betting. Just 75K.
Yeah, this a little cheeky. Trying to get called by high cards, trying to charge a gut shot.
Like the 4 or 5Xs.
Wonder if Ossi can ever sniff this out and put in a raise.
Cool.
Add a little pressure to the situation.
Keeping it clean at the moment. That river card is not very clean.
No, that's going to cool things off.
Flushes get there. Straights. Random hands make a pair of 9s now.
Foxen no doubt will check, and
Just try to beat a King 4 or King 5, something like this.
yeah, ace 4, ace 5. It'd be a sick value bet. I do think most hands better than Queen 6 would try to bet in Foxen's shoes, but when diamonds complete and there's the threat of getting check raised, checking back, just the standard play.
Yeah, don't want to value on yourself. Maybe a shy 7. I'll see with back-to-back pots. Very small, though.
Raise 100. Cool.
And a 2-pair monotone texture for Foxen.
Foxen bets the flop, though. I think this ends early.
75.
Not trying to draw to a low gut shot when there's 3 spades out there.
Looks like Ketola's in agreement with you. Didn't make much of it. Like the guy in the chat says, Alex should stop now. He's break even. No, you actually cannot stop playing the match. You must win it all or lose it all. So one of these two will be holding $10 million at the end of this heads up battle. Foxen top pair. Quite a clean one.
Continues to flop best.
Ketola hasn't been c-bet happy. And once again, checking it. It kind of feels like Foxen's not going to get any additional chips from Ketola because he's going to feel very compelled to want to bet the 10 when the wheelie stuff shows up.
Yeah. Getting value from ace high, pretty crucial on this board. We haven't seen Foxen maybe ever in this match check 3 times to Ossi. Those are the spots where he's activated most often, and I think that's why we haven't seen a lot of bluffing from Ossi in position yet this match.
That's right. I've seen Foxen try to do the double check, but the third one is just a hard one to do.
I mean, Foxen's mostly had good hands, but that is one of the risks we run. Delaying those bluffs all the way to the river is when you're playing someone who's as active as Alex is. He's just going to steal those opportunities, and now we end up having to raise rivers like we saw with the Jack-9 of clubs.
This spot, Foxen's going to bet 50K. It is a limp pot.
First limp of this $10 million match.
Yeah, he started limping with about 50 big blind effective. King 9 suited.
Is it a raise or a call?
It's a race.
Yeah, I
if
thought
if it's fine. Let's always.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So he wanted to raise. Foxen obliges. Comes in with 10-5 offsuit. And it's going to be pair versus pair. King 9 is looking quite strong.
Actually a little surprised that Foxen defended the 10-5 and now finds himself in a pretty difficult spot.
Seems a bit weak.
I mean, it's versus min raise.
No ante.
But yeah, with no ante, I don't think we have to defend this hand. Although it could be a slight adjustment to all the checking we've been seeing. I actually think that would be pretty sharp.
Right, because he gets to realize more of his equity.
Yeah, if your opponent's not betting flops that often, you can call a little bit lighter. See turns and rivers more often.
This time Ketola is betting the flop. Pair 9's king kicker goes with half the pot. Single black flick. Turn card, giving Ketola the flush draw, which reduces Foxen's outs.
Yeah, no hearts in Foxen's hand. Just 2 10s and 1 5 available to improve. Let's see if Ketola bets the turn here, though. Foxen might just get away right now.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I wouldn't fault him for betting. Look, he goes very cute.
200's tricky. It looks like there's some marginal pairs in this range. I'm reminded of yesterday, Ossi value betting, like ace high on a paired board. I think there was a bottom pair as well on the turn. Sometimes he can go thin for value. Foxen still finds the correct fold, though, with the 10-5.
Yeah, it looks like Ossi was trying to build that pot a bit. Knows that he can handle a check raise if it does happen to come in. telling you, it's the cozy jumper. He needs the other one. Ketola, that is.
Something to just get him dealt the best hand. It's hard out there when Foxen's not doing much folding and he just keeps getting dealt the winner. If that's what's happening, it's going to be a quick match.
Raise 325.
I like this 3-bet, Jack-9 suited. Definitely strong enough to get some value. Forces out the 10 deuce, which I might add, kind of a light min raise. That plus the 10-5 offsuit defend, I'm feeling like Foxen has started to lean a bit pre-flop. Has chosen to play looser than he was in round 1.
Raise
Looks like a
125.
fortunate spot for Ketola here with the dominating ace. Likely this goes to a flop unless Foxen wants to 3-bet all of a sudden, which he hasn't been doing in this heads-up match.
No, very little, if any, 3-betting out of Alex.
Could be some trouble because Ketola's made 2 pair. Foxen's drawing to Miracle Runners. Face deuce, top pair. It's almost like Foxen needs a bad card to show up on the turn in order to save himself.
5 seconds.
Ossi hasn't been using his large c-bets as much this match. We saw a lot of that against Limitless. I like the size up here, half pot.
Yeah, half pot has seemed to be the theme for both players in terms of flop bet sizing.
Call.
Nothing to do with the ace deuce but call.
8
Check.
doesn't rate to complicate things too much. However, 10-9 did show up.
Let's watch for sizing again, assuming the barrel is coming. I think it'll make a big impact on how Foxen views this weak top pair.
5 seconds. Bet 450.
$450,000 into $500,000.
Very sizable turn bet.
Is this dicey now for Foxen?
It is.
Can he ever get away?
I think he could, but it's very tough. Certainly the default play would be to call. But if you have any impression that your opponent leans strong, this would be the time to try and get away.
Well, there's $1.4 million in the middle now. Foxen drawing dead. And that brings a 4-liner out there that might save Foxen from losing more chips.
I wonder if Monarch will find value.
I suppose it mainly depends. Does your opponent lead a 10 on the river?
Relatively quick check from Foxen. You think that means he didn't consider leading and therefore has a straight a bit less?
Could read into it that way.
5 seconds.
Time bank deposited. Only 3 a person, remember?
Seems like a worthy spot. 1.4 million in there. We're thinking about another maybe 700,000. 1 million,
Ace.
Go down, please.
2 pair.
just to check.
So finally a key pot for Ossi Ketola. Up to $3.6 million now.
Raise 100.
Ketola heating up a bit. Pocket kings now. Although he's not going to get much action.
325.
Definitely a little bit of a momentum shift as of late.
He's getting dealt the winner, Randy.
That's all you got to do. Get
That's all
dealt
you
the
gotta
winner.
do.
What's the trick?
It's a flip. 50-50. You have it or you don't.
Just like a light switch, huh? On and off. Up against a 9-8 suited. Now, this is a hand where some players definitely 3-bet this heads up. I'm getting the vibe Foxen's not really going to go into that territory. Yeah, calls.
Yeah, this another telling one. We saw him flat the ace-10 offsuit, now flatting 9-8 suited. Both pretty reasonable 3-bet candidates. He wants to keep these pots manageable from out of position.
Foxen does pick up the flush draw.
Bet 74.
Ketola has been c-betting a bit more. This time he's got king high. Deuce of diamonds.
Check raising definitely on the table. Opportunity to fold out some low equity bluffs.
Cool.
Alex is just going to call with his flush draw. Picks up additional outs here on the queen.
Super snappy check back from king deuce on the turn. Would think the 9 high needs to attack.
Yeah, it's not comfortable to bluff at these spots. Flush draw visibly misses. Paired flop. But Foxen's just going to have a queen somewhat often. And a 10 occasionally as well.
Goes 350K.
I like this bet size. It's not the spot to go cheap and claim that you've got a weak pair or like an ace high block bet. Folds out the better king high. Not that there's much to do there with king deuce, deuce of diamonds. Feels like a pretty straightforward fold against 350.
Raise 100. Boom.
Bit of trouble here. Top pair versus top pair. Kicker very relevant.
Bet 125. Cool.
Jack on the turn. Padugi suits, so no flush draws out there.
I think room for another barrel.
And a 4 is strong here.
Check.
Horse
Ace.
pairs, right? 5x, 6x to charge.
Yeah, and the jack also one of the better turns. Don't think we see Monarch check calling flop very often with jack high.
Right, so hands like
He'd need to have like queen jack or king jack realistically to have hit this turn. Otherwise, likely ace high, low pairs.
yeah, you can see Foxen betting very healthy. You can tell I don't really see how he can fold at this point with the 4 queen kicker.
Yeah, it's pretty strong as well. We definitely beat some value. Obviously beating the bluffs as well.
It's a $1.2 million pot now. Both players with the
Oh.
4, and that river card is brutal for Ossi Ketola. He's made trip 4s with the queen kicker. But his trip 4s and the ace kicker for Alex Foxen.
Oh, this is gross, Randy. There were so few rivers where this was going to become a big pot. I don't see how Ossi gets away from this.
Oh, and he's thinking about leading, and I wouldn't blame him. He is going to lead.
Oh, boy.
And this is just going to inflate the pot even more.
400K lead.
1/3 pot.
Foxen's still going to believe that ace-4 is the best hand by a decent margin. I mean,
How much do you raise to right now?
2.5 million behind. Is there some concern that we're up against a straight from time to time? Full house is very hard to make on this board. And we have an ace to remove ace-5.
I feel like you can't be worried about the straight right now.
If we're not worried about a straight, then ask for all of it, right?
If you think a 4 is never going to fold, especially with a good kicker.
It's really hard to fold a 4 on this board.
All in.
He is going to jam all in. And what do you do now? Ketola's got $2.5 million back. If he calls and he's wrong, this match is over. But if he can fold, he can hang in there with 50 big blinds.
This is sick from Monarch's point of view. There's an outside chance that Foxen does this with a weaker 4, but every hand above ours significantly more likely, right? Ace-5, 5-6, all very plausible. The full houses like pocket deuces and 3s, pocket jacks, all very plausible.
Can Ossi Ketola find the fold with trip 4's queen kicker? Oh my God. He lives to fight another day. Well played, Ossi Ketola.
That's a huge fold. Correct. 2 pips down from Alex's hand.
He's supposed to be down $5 million this game. He's still in it. He's fighting. What a fold. Monarch. And I want to say he actually lost the minimum with the $400,000 lead. Because if
I
you
completely agree.
check, Foxen's not going to bet $400,000. You know he's going to go for more. That is an incredible fold.
The sick thing as well is that verse check, Alex might value bet like top pair, over pairs. I don't know how we didn't get all in there. Bluff opportunity here. Queen high diamonds against a check back. Nice looking board for the big blind. It's a close spot with the queen 6.
Let's 1 minute break.
Sure.
Ossi likes to take a short break.
A quick little toilet break for the players, and we're back to the booth just for a couple minutes while they do that. And let's talk about that ace 4 versus queen 4 hand. How did he fold?
I mean, understandable time to take a breath and think about that pot. I don't know that Ossi's confident even yet that that was the correct fold. Didn't ask to see a card. I don't think Alex revealed any information. It's hard to do. I mean, like I said, Randy, I think there's an outside chance that Foxen has a hand like 4-5 or 4-6 occasionally. I don't know if he goes for all of it, if that's the case, but I'd be a little worried about beating value, but all the hands better than queen 4. Definitely in there. If you don't think that Alex is going to size that way as a bluff, I think it might just be a sick fold.
It's a very sick fold, like you mentioned, having the queen kicker. What if Foxen was jamming like a jack 4, for example? Obviously, that would be a disaster to fold. Well, jack 4 would have been full house, but
Kicker down.
Right, a kicker down like a 10-4,
Yeah.
for example. I mean, I think most people, they're down $5 million after that hand.
I mean, it speaks to this idea. You know, we know that Monarch started playing poker, a year ago?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these spots are fresh. A lot of them he's solving on the fly. And in some cases that can be really beneficial because you don't have this ingrained idea like, oh, this is the way this is supposed to get played is I'm just supposed to get stacked here. That's how so many pros would view that spot, right? Whatever, like I'm just supposed to get stacked here. And you call, right? But approaching it from fresh eyes, just thinking like, I really just feel like I'm beat here and trusting that instinct, it worked out great for him this time.
Yeah, I think it's really nice that he just couldn't really put Foxen on a bluff. And also, is Foxen really going to just risk it all on the line when there's $10 million in this match on a hunch, right? Like, it does seem like Monarch was going to have a 4 in that spot, and to fold is brilliant, and that's why we're going to continue this match. And let's send it down. Players are seated. $25K, $50K is the blinds. Blinds will not be going up. Winner wins $10 million. There we go. 10-9 suited versus 8-7 offsuit. $10-9 looking to make a straight.
Pretty good flop for Alex. A couple of Broadway cards to represent. An open-ended for backup. Starts small on the flop.
Well, that's going to get called by bottom pair. Makes the straight. Flush comes in. Do you remember what happened in the first match when he made a straight when the flush came in?
Yeah, just check it back, Foxen. It's no good.
You're up against.
You're
just up against the flush. Maybe the straight flush.
You don't want to give it back.
Maybe the royal flush.
We know how this ends.
No, don't do it. Of course, we can't fault him for betting the straight. 225K.
He's lucky, you know. He's lucky he didn't run into a flush there.
He didn't adjust. I wonder if Foxen thinks Ossi Ketola folded a 4 in that spot.
It's a fair question. I said in the moment that it's hard to have a jack, but
Good discipline.
given the total action, if I was playing that hand blind, I would start to feel like maybe Ossi had a jack, you know? It all kind of tracks. The 4 pairs, you put out a blocker bet. You think, okay, I can set my price with queen jack or king jack and maybe not get jammed on by pocket kings.
Yeah, I think the reason Foxen went for all-in size with the ace-4 suited was he never expected the 4 to fold.
Yeah. I would have had the same thought.
5-3 offsuit. Out of there. We know Foxen's still in the zone. Nearing $8 million for his stack. Almost a 4-1 lead in this heads-up battle.
Limp check. 2 million effective. Don't think we've seen a strong hand limping yet. Both players seemingly using this as a way to take a cheap flop with something not so great.
No complaints from the limper, of course.
Nice spot to attack the ace-high board. The battle of nothing versus nothing goes to the aggressor.
No improvements on the Jack 10 two-spade board.
Queen high has some showdown value. On a paired flop, don't often get king or ace high to fold. I like the check back.
Well, you think Ossi likes his turn card because he just paired the queen.
It's not bad. Top pair. Well, queens and jacks.
Might be able to get a little value against the ace high if he chooses to bet.
Yeah, I think ace high would call now for a street. I think it would also call later for a street as long as it comes
Bricky
as
like that.
clean as the 3 of diamonds, yeah. Pretty hard not to pay off one bet with ace high on this full board.
Well, it's checked over to Ossi once more. He did min raise pre. Check flop, check turn. Sizing is 300,000 into 200K. 1.5x pot, and Foxen now showing concerns.
I like this size, and it's a callback to the first match. He used this size on the river with an ace, top pair, good kicker. Got paid by third, fourth pair from Foxen.
Yep. How's it gonna work? Is he gonna outlevel himself that maybe Aussie's got the bluff this time? No, he is gonna adjust and fold. It's very close to calling.
It's a disciplined fold. You know, you get to that river spot and you maybe have an idea in your head like, oh, I'm going to face about 100, 150K and I'm going to pay it off, and then 300K.
Raise.
You have to recalibrate. Sometimes you get stuck in your initial decision.
Well, you also have to re-raise ace-queen offsuit. It's a powerhouse. Heads up. $325,000.
Should clear the king 4.
Foxen lost the first match for $2 million. He can win here. He'd win $5 million in profit. So then he'll be up $3 million. Foxen with the pair of fives against the pre-flop raiser. Ace, queen, 5-2 club texture. A lot of checking from Ketola.
Three clubs now on board. Foxen gonna want to pot control this third pair.
He's actually gonna bet it.
Yeah, small bet.
Seems like an adjustment of sorts.
Yeah, we're seeing Foxen try stuff pretty quickly. This one a risky adjustment from my point of view because Ossi's shown the capacity to raise later streets after checking back the flop. That doesn't feel like the spot we want to put ourselves in with third pair, no backup. Got 2 overcards to fold, though. It's a decent outcome. Might have gotten bluffed on some rivers, too, like if the 4th club came in.
Yeah, it really does seem like he's trying to create some strategy to battle this very check-heavy strategy of Ossi Ketola in terms of single raise pots. Top pair created with the king. C-betting coming from Foxen.
More of the same.
Brings in the min.
Wouldn't mind a check raise with the king 7 of diamonds. A little backup in the form of a backdoor flush draw. It's not the best top pair. So I understand the check call. But we've seen Foxen really almost never checking flops.
We also see Foxen turning top pair, taking the lead.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate development. Saving grace is that it's 3 clubs. Foxen might slow down with no kicker and no club. It's not a bad spot to check and hope for a safe river before putting in a chunkier bet.
Looks like he's actually going to bet this one. Perhaps he doesn't feel like his opponent will be check raise bluffing.
That would be the worst case scenario, but it would be quite a surprising play from King 7 of diamonds. This one feels, wow, gets away again from a dominated pair.
Very nice fold.
That's the downside of those thin value bets thus far, is that, sure, maybe we're not getting that much action on the river, but we've also just been folding out a hand that we have totally crushed on the turn. Another ace-queen for Ossi.
Wow. Foxen with top pair and a flush draw against the gut shot. And ace queen's not too bad on this texture, especially with the queen of diamonds in hand. Although that's not going to work against king 5 of diamonds.
50.
I like the small C bet. 2 broadways on board. Ace-queen off in the best hand. Just getting outflopped once again.
Check call from Alex Foxen. Feels like the 9 complicate things a bit. Some gut shots now pair up.
Yeah, it's tempting to bluff with a queen of diamonds. It's a pretty key card. But I also wouldn't mind checking behind and just trying to realize the showdown value of this ace-queen.
Takes the free card. Yielding the ace. That is an unlikely way to win, but he found it. Obviously, the ace of diamonds would have been no good.
Same reversal of top pairs that Ossi got away from just last hand. I have a feeling Foxen's going to lose at least a few chips.
Curious to see what sizing Ossi was going to go for, but he's not going to get the opportunity as Foxen leads 100K, and we've seen spots where Foxen bets the river when the ace comes out of position, and Ossi last time he bluffed with Jack 9 high. This time he actually has top pair, top kicker. I kind of feel like he got a raise with that history.
At the same time, it could feel like a setup.
450.
Finds the raise anyways. I do like this.
He doesn't think it's a setup. $450,000. What now, King 5? Especially when you saw the guy bluff before.
I mean, that's a funny dynamic, right? Because you can take that one level higher, and as soon as you've shown down the bluff, information is shared. Next time you want to have it, right?
It's just, that's what's the beauty of poker. What level is your opponent on? Are they on the 3rd floor, the 4th floor? And he is going to fold. Well done, Foxen. Had he checked? Might have checked call to bet and would have been more than 100K, I would imagine.
Raise.
Foxen gonna stick with his grinding strategy. Having now picked up the open-end straight draw on 9-8-5. Now pairs to 7.
Looks like another good spot to try that cheap turn stab. Very credible that you could include 2 pairs and straights in your strategy, and with the 10-7, we can just clear out some equity.
Yeah, it seems like Foxen has definitely adjusted in terms of turn betting strategies. I almost wonder, do you think there's merit to even consider a leading strategy on the flop, given how often Ossi checks? You know, is there
Well,
any
it's-
merit, or
I guess
am I
I'd
getting
think
out there a
about
bit?
it. Well, there's definitely merit if you just flop a strong hand, right?
To force
Like
money going in?
how are we going to build the pot if it's always going to the turn, check, check?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, if you've got a weak hand, your incentives are reversed. It's like, oh, it's nice that he's letting me see the turn for free. I want to keep allowing this to happen. So it kind of depends where you're at in your range. And if you're willing to play an unbalanced strategy, I'd maybe lead the flop a little bit strong, check the flop a little bit weak, and try to take advantage of the dynamic that way.
Well, Foxen's got the best hand. Once again, a flop check through from the pre-flop raiser, which is Monarch. I mean, you have mentioned it. Foxen is one of the greatest players in terms of exploiting the opponents. Here he comes in 175,000.
I mean, this is what he builds his game on, right? Alex has spoken about not really studying the traditional way, not really working with the same materials that a lot of his competitors in Triton Super High Roller tournaments are using. But he's just playing constantly and learning what people do and drawing up adjustments and counter adjustments.
Yeah, it kind of feels like the longer Foxen gets this match to go, the better strategy he creates.
Yeah.
And his goal is to grind down his opponent while minimizing the variance.
It's cool to watch in real time.
Speaking of time, by the way, it's currently 5:25 a.m. local here in Jeju. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. $100K bet in the middle pair. And the fold. How are you guys doing in chat? You guys enjoying it? The big stakes? Big names? Everyone versus Monarch. As of late.
Oh my.
Nice top 2 pair.
The heat continues. I don't know that King 9 is going to get in too much trouble, but it can be frustrating to sacrifice this many pots in a row. Foxen's been on a tear, and a lot of these hands haven't shown down.
Right, so it might feel like you're getting run over.
Feels like an adjustment is necessary.
Maybe that's why he's calling with King 9 high.
I do think it's close, just in general. I don't mind defending it on this board, but Foxen has had it more often than not. And I do think the perception is that he's really turned up the heat with bluffs. Dynamic-wise and also board texture-wise, this feels like the perfect moment to just bomb turn, try to jam river, set up stacks with your 2-pair.
He's gone 275.
Nearly pot.
It almost seems like, yeah, clearly it's a hand I could have considered overbet turn to try to help set up stacks for river, but he's just content trying to get his opponent to call
Yeah.
some kind of piece and just blind him down a bit.
He did kind of block the board there as well.
Right, hands I can call down.
Top 2-pair on the flop, it's...
What can they call you down with?
Yeah, I
Some
think
kind-
that might be the logic, is like, I want to go big, but I kind of need to get called by like a draw or a 5 or something.
Yeah, hopefully 5x with the backdoor hearts, I suppose. Here, though, Foxen. He's flopping well as of late. Top pair. But unable to get the c-bet out of Ossi. Does kind of feel like the way Foxen's been hitting flops, if Ossi was blindly c-betting so many flops, he'd just be done in this match already. Because
Yeah, it's true.
it would add up, 2 big blinds here and there.
He would have lost a lot more by now.
Okay, so we've seen Foxen check twice. We've mentioned we haven't seen him check 3 times. Yeah, so he's just looking to build if he doesn't get to induce the bet by the turn.
Also kind of a function of hand strength. I mean, the Queen-9 looking really strong at this point.
Right, be a
Maybe with
shame.
an 8 he would check.
Makes sense. You can get called by worse, but when you bet the 8, very hard to get called by worse.
I'm still with you. I wouldn't mind Foxen just mixing in a few more river checks. Because he has noticed, once you start seeing Ossi check back flop and then fold to that min bet or small turn bet, immediately I think we can draw a line to, oh, there's some very weak hands that have been checking behind the flop, right? I don't think we draw the line to, oh, wow, Ossi's folding huge hands to my turn min bet. It's like, no,
Exactly.
he just has the bottom of the deck, right?
Especially even on some very dryish boards, right? Like if it comes paired
Yeah.
and it checks through and then you bet, and the guy just like snap folds, he's just had absolute dust. Jack 7 also actually flops a lot of equity against pocket kings in this spot. A gut shot and a spade draw.
See what Foxen wants to do. I mean, reliably, he's just been min betting, and I suppose no reason to take your foot off the gas here, but kings with no spade can get in a pretty uncomfortable spot fast if we face a check raise at some point. Wouldn't have minded a check back as well.
Not much changing here on the 8.
Same draw for Ossi.
I mean, Foxen's just going to bet again, I would imagine, if he bets this flop with kings.
Yeah, this one of the better turn cards. Nothing completing. And we probably think that Ossi's going to raise most like flop straights or flopped flushes. So that's
Fair.
going to feel a little bit better.
Look at the sizing he goes for. 200 into 350. On a smallish size from what we've seen from Foxen. With strong holdings. He's got $8.4 million in front of him. That means that Ossi's got 1.6.
Chipping away steadily. Aided by a pretty hot run over the last 30 minutes or so. Foxen's had best hand after best hand.
Telling you, he just needs the furry coat. Wardrobe change was ill-advised. Foxen flops an open-ended straight draw with the 7 of spades. Actually kind of very similar to that Jack 7 offsuit last hand.
This board's looking awfully familiar.
Difference is Ossi's only got Jack 8 high. It remains at Jack 8 high.
Once again, basically air for Ossi, checking behind. An opportunity for Foxen to stab, and one would think just win the hand now on the turn. Especially when we size up. 175. Heater continues.
It's been a very smooth match for Foxen in round 2.
You know that feeling when your tournament stack has dwindled down to the point where you can hold it in one hand?
Disappointment where you're going to try to color up.
Except
Or
here
color
it's
down.
worth $1.5 million.
That's right. It does look a little sad, and that's actually $1.5 million.
Marginal pair. Just relentless. The low gut shots consistently getting out of the way. Pretty good result for a pair of 6s, no interaction.
Well, the yawns are coming out. Now's not the time to be tired, Alex.
Can't fight reality, Randy.
What about the adrenaline?
It's a good point, actually.
It's a race.
Oh, Ossi's starting to look a little tired too.
He saw the best hand for now. Turning a pair of 6s to go with it. See just how persistent Foxen's going to be. I think the Jack 9 is kind of ambitious to stab. Hard to pick out the hands that are better than ours that fold, but maybe a little insight into the fact that this repeated success from Foxen and not seeing exactly the hands that Monarch's been folding has given him that perception like, oh, this guy's folding some pretty strong hands. I'm just going to keep bluffing.
Yep.
We've seen he's generally just been getting dealt bottom of deck. I don't think he's going anywhere with the ace-6, that's for sure.
Yeah, he paired the 6 with the ace kicker.
Oh,
He does go away, and that is
Wow.
great for Alex Foxen.
We've seen him call weaker. I mean, the king 9 comes to mind, although that was out of position. I'm surprised. I thought he'd feel pretty good about the ace-6.
Just a bad read. Bad timing.
Yeah, on the tail end of any consecutive pots going Foxen's way.
I feel like Ketola needs to ramp up the aggression. However, he's only got $1.3 million back. Open in a straight draw now versus the queen.
Sticking around for now. Oh. And the queen. Normally a good card for the big blind who check calls. Just another opportunity for Foxen to keep his foot on the gas.
Yeah, a lot of times the queen slows down the action for the player willing to bet on the flop. Clearly. Can go for more value. whether it be against King or 10x or Jack. 150K. Ketola's just bleeding. He's down to 1,200,000 versus 8.8 million. Can't cash out. You got to play down to 0 or win all the money back.
Getting into that comfort zone of
He's got 5 chips left.
tournament pro.
Foxen's got ace queen.
25 big blinds. We just jamming here? Even with no ante, I think it's reasonable.
Yep. 4 oranges. For Foxen, this is kind of resembling a tournament now. He's got his opponent down to 20 big blinds. Just has to close it out.
We joked in round 1 that he had Ossi right where he wanted him when he was down 3.5 million to 500K, but now really does have him where he wants him. Closing in on 9 million in his stack.
He could be having 10 million. If he can just keep this up.
I like the limp. Going to be important to do more of that, and maybe some attention was brought to that
Look at
because
this.
of the jam before, but it's not going to stop the offsuit ace.
Foxen knows he's oh so close to closing this one out. Being in the green. Walk this one. Yep. Remember, there's no big blind ante in this format, so no reason to limp a small blind with that hand.
I don't know, on a heater like this,
He would have just flopped it.
sometimes it does feel, you know the feeling I'm talking about, Randy. You win enough hands in a row, you're just convinced you're going to limp and it'll come ace 4-3 rainbow.
It's a very dangerous thought to have when the stakes are this big. King 9 suited. Raise and take.
You saying I'm not ready for the 25K, 50K game?
Are you?
I already wired my 20 million, Randy.
Like, you know, 50K buy-in is already a big game, and that's just a big blind for this one. Ace 3, gonna jam.
Getting into that time of the night.
Gonna be a limp pot. Seems like the game plan for Foxen. The weaker stuff. Stabbing.
Queen 7 is close-ish. It's kind of rough when we don't have a backdoor straight draw.
And the smaller Monarch stack gets, the less room to maneuver, which allows random stabs to be oh so profitable for Foxen. An ace 4. He might just jam, which he does.
Like to see a fold from the Queen 10 in the no ante format. That's a closer one with big blind ante. Good pass from Foxen.
Just not worth the risk. How big of an edge really is it for you to call off 20 blinds of Queen 10 offsuit? And you're probably winning more than your fair share of pots with this limping strategy. Try not to introduce chaos. Flush draw versus the middle pair. And I would say the ace is off the table for Ossi Ketola.
Yeah, once we've checked pre-flop, I mean, we've seen the way he's played ace-3 offsuit, ace-4 offsuit. Pretty much any ace is going to make noise before the flop.
By the way, he's got 2 orange chips back. That's the only chips he's got in his hand, and he turns an open-ended straight draw with the flush draw.
Huge turn card. Do wonder if Foxen will think that the jack is worth value betting. If he had a good kicker, I think it's a clear turn bet. 3 of hearts, he checks back.
Oh, and Ossi Ketola makes the straight.
Wow.
So disguised as well. Diamonds bricked.
Jack 3 is very strong on this run out. Like you said, Randy, there's no reason to believe Ossi has an ace.
600.
600,000 into 200,000. Ossi's trying to build his stack back up to give him some firepower in future hands.
The eyebrows are raised.
Because it's weird. The Jack 3 is a strong hand, but against 3x pot, is it worth it? Call your opponent's down to $400,000 in a $10 million heads-up match?
Foxen, not one to shy away from deviating and just fold the top of his range if he thinks it's the right play. Is this the way Monarch would have bluffed at this spot?
See, his solver mind is thinking, I'm supposed to call his hand.
And if he was just over it in this moment, wouldn't he put all of it in? Wouldn't he just put the last chips in?
That is great intuition. Nice adjustment from Foxen. Just doesn't think his opponent's making a play at it for that price.
I do like the idea. You know, we've arrived with a big hand. It looks like we're steamed. It looks like we're ready to go home. Let's try to get paid off in the biggest way. But Foxen pieced it together. It's just great hand reading. Goes for min-raise this time. Straightforward defend for Ossi.
He's got one of those gut shots that he's been check folding. The low end gut shot. Yeah. Folds once again.
Clearly that's just the game plan, right? We've seen enough gut shots from Monarch that this is just not a hand that he feels the need to continue.
And on that note, that I suppose that just means he's continuing not that much in a sense that Foxen can c-bet a lot more hands, right? Because with air, he's just going to take it down so much more often.
Well, I think there's like certain boards, and this is so specific that there's no way Foxen would have, you know, pieced this together in match, but reviewing the tape, there might be certain boards where a lot of the defense you play relies on straight draws.
Right.
Right? Like a board with multiple straight draws on it, where if you're not defending gut shots and you're also not defending like naked ace high, because that's not a good hand on those boards. Thinking like queen 9-5 or something, right?
Open rips the million. Can't get any action. Yeah, I think he's just hoping Foxen has a hand that can run it. He can build it to a $2 million stack to try to get some more playability. Queen Jack versus King 8 suited. There's worlds where stacks just go in occasionally. We'll be taking it to a flop, though. Middle pair. 2 overs and a gut shot for Foxen.
Pretty decent flop for both.
Bet 50.
Tiny little bet.
And this, probably not the hand for it, but just macro. I'd love to see Ossi get back to that game plan where he was check raising more flops.
Yeah, Ossi's been playing a lot more passive in this game.
Maybe he just hasn't really been dealt the hand for it in his mind, but Foxen has clearly just shifted towards this strategy of every time I have the aggressive lead, money's going in with any hand that's reasonable for it.
Another thing I've noticed from Ossi Ketola is he's not 3-betting as much, which was quite effective in the first match.
That could just be, you know, we're getting short, right?
Yeah, of course.
Sub 40 big blinds.
But even in the 30, 35 big blind territory, or like the 40, 50, 60, he wasn't 3-betting as much in this match.
Yeah. Clean run out for Monarch.
Not bad.
Don't love the idea of bluffing at this river if we're Alex. Every draw misses. Queen Jack might even have a little showdown value against other draws like Jack 10.
Yeah, the 6x improves. 9x is not folding. 8x might be curious. $650,000 in the middle. Foxen. He's gonna ask for the rest of it.
I don't know about this, Randy.
If Ossi can call, that would give him the soldiers he needs to go forward and try to claw his way back into this match. And he makes the call. Ossi Ketola. Up to $2.1 million.
Quick break.
He's got a fighting chance now. And he wants a quick break with that call.
That's a nice find by Ossi. You know, Randy, the match yesterday against Limitless ended on a big call on the river with ace-4, losing to ace-queen, queen-4 deuce flop, right? And this just flashing back for me to that moment where Ossi runs into the bluff this time instead of the value, and it is part of why I was hesitant. I was thinking, oh, if Foxen goes for it here on the river, is this a spot maybe not quite like a tournament where putting pressure on in this moment is going to have a lot of, you know, effectiveness because you don't want to go home right now? Maybe as you're deflated and you're sliding, Ossi's maybe even more willing to take a stand in that moment. It's like, well, this is my shot. I'm going to call right now.
That's what I'm thinking too, is did Foxen force it? Because Ossi was deflated. You know, he probably felt like he's committed a lot of chips into this pot. If he folds here, you know, he's down to 800,000?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not very much relative to what they're playing for. And it felt like a crying call there, and, you know, that's what happened. And Foxen has allowed Ossi Ketola to be back in this match, I would say.
It's absolutely back in this match. 2 million plus, 25, 50 blinds. The blinds are not going to go up. 40 big blinds is extremely playable, and one more double is even.
Yeah, and the thing is, I would definitely would have loved to see Foxen show restraint there, because that river bet was 800K, was it?
Yeah, it was a round pot size bet.
Yeah, 800K, and let's just say he checked that back, then he would have 1.3 he will be up against. You
Yeah.
know, 1.3 is still that territory where he was very happily grinding against the 25 big blind stack or so. I felt Foxen played really well at that stack depth, you know, but even to grind his opponent down there,
Yeah.
it seems like he has to kind of do it again.
Yeah. And one other point on that, Foxen had been grinding Ossi down up until that pot, right? And we want to keep that in our mind. The reason this has been working for us is because Monarch has been folding early. So if we've been getting Monarch to fold early this whole time, he's called us twice. What are we up against, right? We're up against something real in this one.
Yeah, and definitely felt forced, but we definitely have seen the adjustments that Foxen's been making in this heads-up match. You know, the main game plan we've seen from Ossi is check back a lot of flops,
Yeah.
even as the pre-flop raiser. And what have we seen now? Foxen now leading the turn
Yeah.
at a very high frequency with strong hands, right?
Yeah, and also bluffs. And that's what I would love to see from Monarch going forward if he's going to have a fighting chance to get back in this match is Foxen has been so aggressive when you check. Start checking those good hands as you were in the past and start raising them when you face aggression, right? Find those raises with bluffs too. We saw the great one with Jack 9 suited got picked off, but you were 2 for 2 against Limitless on making those river raises. You can keep going after that against Foxen.
Yeah, so I'm very curious to see if Ossi is going to use this $2 million stack and try to throw a little bit more aggression as the players are back in their seats. Once again, $10 million heads-up match, $5 million apiece. They did play one match before this, where Ossi Ketola won $2 million against Alex Foxen. Gonna take this one. That sweater's got googly eyes. I cannot look at the sweater. It's just staring at me. You're gonna have to do the commentary here. I cannot look.
Randy, what is happening?
That sweater needs to go back on Foxen's shoulder.
Did they just take a bathroom break, but Foxen stayed behind to stage that?
Yes. All right, so this one is a gut shot with 2 overs.
Yeah, let's see if Ossi treats this one differently.
No?
Does fold. I mean, it's 3 diamonds as well. Like, I get it, right?
The tainted outs. Unappealing.
Nine seven suited,
This is off, yeah, sure.
just flat. Oh, did they hear us, Randy? The sweater's gone. You can go. You can come back to the booth, Randy. It's okay.
Nice. Let me call to action. 7-5-4. 2 clubs. 3 on the turn. Kind of missed a little white sweater dude guy with crooked eyes. That pot going to Foxen.
And that one of those opportunities that I was pointing to on the break, Randy, where maybe a raise looks really credible. And we've got, in that case, gut shot to the high end of the straight as a little backup. It's hard to know that your opponent is going thin for value in those spots, but that's the dangerous thing that Foxen's getting away with right now. It's taking like marginal hands, leading out of position, and just getting the immediate fold.
You know, Foxen has flopped an open and a straight draw of 10-9 offsuit multiple times and has actually hit the straight. Kind of feel
Always
like
coming queen.
no 7, man. 7 makes a straight too.
Yeah, but he hit it on the queen.
I swear, if the queen comes,
I don't think we're gonna see it.
oh come on, rabbit hunt is an option. No.
Randy, stop clicking on the monitor.
What if I ask the other dealer, will she rabbit hunt for me? Because there's 2 dealers, right? At least you've kept the eye on that.
Yep, 2 dealers. One preloading the next deck. You ever played a live heads-up event, Randy?
I did. I
Yeah.
played the $10,000 World Series heads up once, way back when I thought I was pretty good at poker.
Yep.
And I beat all the tournament pros. The thing is, they had lammers back then. Do you know that format?
In the heads-up shootout.
No, yeah, the 10K at the
Oh, no.
World Series. So basically, each lammer was worth 10,000 chips.
Mm-hmm.
So all the tournament pros would buy in for the short stack, like 20, 30 blinds, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just buy in full stack because I'm a 100 big blind player.
Yep.
And I would just stack them over and over again. And eventually I got to play against Sauce123. You know that guy? Forget
do.
his real name.
Ben Solsky.
Ben Solsky. And then for some reason, I thought I was going to employ the tournament strategy and buy in one lammer at a time. And I got schooled because it was 20 big blind poker. And I already told you about my 20 big blind poker experience.
Not
But
your strong suit.
hold on. Hand developing here. Foxen actually 3-betting for what I believe the first time as a bluff. King 5 offsuit.
Just the first 3-bet we've seen from him? Or did we see value earlier?
I think we saw like an
Maybe.
ace queen that just was
Yeah.
a fold. But yeah, so that was a long time ago, and I
Yeah.
cashed that one though. I got
Nice.
8th. I tied for 8th.
Nice.
Is that a final table?
No.
Because I've never final table at WSOP event. I've played over
Oh.
100. So I quit officially. Done with the World Series of Poker.
I mean, like the great Kenny Rogers once said, gotta know when to hold 'em.
Who the hell is Kenny Rogers?
Gotta know when to fold 'em.
On to this one, ace 10 versus 10 deuce.
I was asking, though, because at the heads-up tournaments that I've played, you often do, like, 2 dealers a table, but it's because there's 2 matches happening at the same
Yeah,
table.
I've seen that.
It was set up the same way there?
So when I was playing against Sauce, Ben Solsky, next to me was who you're going to play next if you
Yeah.
get through the round. It was Galfond versus Other.
Other.
Yeah, I don't really remember who won that match. And then after that, I never played that tournament again. I just hit and ran.
Wow.
Flush draw for Foxen.
Second barrel opportunity. Ossi check calling the flop with the ace high. Good chance this one works.
225. So hard to call down with ace 10 high, especially with the 5.
Yeah, this just isn't our turn card.
Nice double barrel. What's the deepest you ran in the heads-up matches in the World Series?
I made the semifinals in 2022, the year that Dan Smith won.
2022. That's recent.
Yeah.
Congratulations, sir, for not making it to the
Thanks.
finals.
Congrats for losing to our buddy Christoph Vogelsang in
Oh,
the
was
semis.
it? Nice.
Yeah.
Did he hoodie you? He did the hoodie on you? It was hard to get a read, wasn't it?
It was hard to get a read.
Queen 5 versus King 6.
Dry flop here. Ossi is going to start with a bet. 125. Big enough to get the job done against King 6.
Yeah, I like the C bet. Feels like he wasn't using it as much earlier. Little counter. Not allowing your opponent to get free turn cards that can steal the pot from you.
Raise 100. Pass.
I remember back when I used to play Heads Up Cash online.
Mm-hmm.
There was someone I played a fair bit who just had like 100% turn bet when I checked behind the flop.
Okay.
I'd learned this over time. So I started playing a strategy where I never bet the flop. And then any hand that I wanted to see bet, I raised turn.
Nice.
And it went really well.
You
Randy.
won a lot of money?
This is what I want to see Monarch coming out. This is why it's in my brain. Like, you've got someone basically posting an extra blind for you. They're like, here's what's going to happen. Every time you check, more money's going to go in the pot. It's like, sweet. Let's let that happen and then go from there.
Do have top pair versus the gut shot. And the thing is, if he does happen to check this king, I don't think he will, probably would induce a stab from the gut shot. But even now, probably gets a little bit of action, right? Foxen
Yeah.
doesn't strike me as the type of guy to fold the gut shot.
No, I agree. And obviously there's some dirty turn cards. Namely, a 7 would have been disaster for Monarch. See if he barrels the turn. He's generally aimed to continue getting value as long as the board doesn't complete in some way. Turn barrel should get it done.
There's the 150K. Little win. So, more about the World Series. I remember my bubble match very intensely. It was like a 35K bubble, which is a lot at the time for me.
For a 10K buy-in.
I believe it was, yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah.
And I was playing against a guy named Fabrizio Gonzalez. You know him? 6 Cents.
Yeah.
And I was getting wrecked by this guy because he was doing some strategies I'd never seen in my life, like limping, like 3xing, 4x, all over the place.
Yeah.
And then I got a hand where we got 7 bets in pre, by the way. And we had like 25 big blinds or something. It was like kings versus kings.
How bad was your sizing, Randy, for 7 bets to go in?
Hold on. We'll finish the story later because the gut shot's been acquired for Alex Foxen against the pair of queens.
We had 50K on the flop and call. Very favorable board texture for Alex in position. We expect all the strong Broadway hands to 3-bet before the flop. Big barrel incoming.
Full pot. This is so hard to call the pair of queens.
It's the kind of spot where if you are gonna call with a pair of queens, you have to be willing to just take a stand against a river bet as well.
Nice double barrel for Foxen.
I think folding now is just the standard play. If you have a really strong read that your opponent's too light, bluffing too much, maybe just hang on, call 3 streets.
It's very hard to do.
Hard to do when the river barrel was going to be $1 million.
I know.
Raise 100.
9-5 off. Gonna win. And just to finish my story about the World Series, because I do remember this match. I got in, like, he limp re-raised me on the button and heads up. I mean, this is a time when button limping wasn't a thing.
Okay.
You know, like it was just raise or fold.
Yeah.
And then I had jacks, he had aces, and then I spiked the jack. And then, like, I just kept getting super lucky against this guy, and I beat him. And then I wanted to shake his hand, and he just bolted off. He was so mad. So mad. That's when I never played again.
Who's this? Who's this annoying kid who beat my aces with 2 jacks?
10-9 suited beats 10-9 off.
Yeah, another spot where Foxen passing on a hand versus 3-bet that I think could take the price and call. And I think it is for the same reason that we're not seeing a lot of 3-bets from Foxen in the first place.
Yeah, he's just very content playing these single raise pots, and sure, he could maybe take a 3-bet pot there, but then he's more content with just giving him the 2 big blinds here and there and try to contain the variance, I suppose.
Which I suppose an argument for Monarch to try and up the variance.
That's what I was
right?
saying.
Double
because
your 3-bet percentage. Go after this guy.
in the very first match, he 3-bet a lot of junky hands,
Yeah.
and his opponent Foxen just folded every single time.
Yeah.
Even in the limitless match, he was 3-betting a lot, and it just allows him to maintain his stack a bit more. But here we go. Foxen, he's adjusting. Because I feel like he's noticed Ketola's been betting flops more, and he feels that there's a bit more air.
Mhm.
However, as you can see in this instance, it is top pair. That's what's striking for me as the adjustment for Foxen. In comes the call.
Seven of diamonds looking like a card that hits Alex's range. But it's pretty scary to bluff at a spot when Ossi hasn't been c-betting that much. He hasn't called your check raises yet. You got to range him pretty strong at this point.
Yeah, for him to bet call, you might even have to be worried about the 5. But this is very surprising for me.
Yeah.
It almost seems like one of those spots where he should have just did the white flag. And perhaps he's just giving Ketola an extra $325,000 here.
I don't know, Randy. I've seen Foxen do stuff like this in tournament play, and often it feels like the idea is on a good card for his perceived range, he's going to put out this like kind of feeler turn bet, maybe give Ossi a chance to raise a 5. And if he gets the call, just bring the hammer on the river.
Oh my god, he just folded Jack 9.
That's a big fold.
He just put Foxen on a 5.
Or better 9, turn straight, but yeah.
He's just wrong. And that is a counter adjustment that Ossi's made, but it's just the wrong adjustment because his opponent has adjusted as well. That is
we
an
were
insane fold for that price, too.
I agree. We were surprised by the bluff with King 10. I mean, I still think Foxen would have had some other bluffs, like maybe 10-8, something that interacts with the board a little more.
Mm-hmm.
Jack 9, objectively a big fold on that board.
It could be costly for Ketola. He just hung tight. I mean, he'd be playing like 2.5 million chip stack.
Well, that's if he fades the river
Fair.
first, and also if he doesn't face the river jam and gets folded off.
Imagine if he holds on against the river jam.
Well, that's part of the challenge against someone like Foxen, who has just faced Monarch with more aggression and ran more multi-street bluffs than we saw in yesterday's matches. Not only is folding early potentially a problem, but you have to call enough on turns and you have to call enough on rivers. You're just playing someone who's pretty relentless. Putting bluffs everywhere.
Trip 5s for Foxen. For reals this time. Not repping it.
Ooh, the third check.
Yeah, this is a lot of adjustment from Foxen.
We've been waiting to see this, but Queen 10 might just be good enough for Ossi to check it down. Avoids disaster there. Can see he did think that Queen 10 had showdown value, ready to turn it over.
I've been very impressed with Fox in this game. You can just see all the adjustments he's making,
Yeah.
working to perfection.
Raise 100. Four.
One thing I'll give him credit for in particular, Randy, is that he's doing it early. Like, he's doing it quick.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have much time in these matches. I mean, we're what, 4 hours in now with a break in the middle? This isn't a lot of hands to adapt off of. You have to have the confidence and like the knowledge in the back of your mind. When I see this, I'm going to start doing that. When I see this, I'm going to start doing that. If you're not prepared for that in advance, it's hard to put together adjustments this fast.
Completely agree with you. Yeah, it's not like you could just wait for, 10 showdown pots where you can confirm what you're thinking.
Yeah, I think if there's a lesson for someone who's impressed from what Alex is doing, is just like you have to be willing to be wrong about it, right? You have to just go out there and try stuff. Some of what he's doing hasn't worked. But on the whole, these adjustments have really, really succeeded. Even this, 8-3 off, open limp. Basically betting on a passive response in the big blind. Looks like Queen 9 suited is going to be enough for Ossi to size up a raise, though.
Yeah, he's looking like he might even just toss the rest of the chips in there.
It's reasonable. Queen 9 suited is pretty strong for 22 big blinds.
300.
Raise 300.
Makes it 300K.
I don't mind that as well. Get called by a few worse hands.
Raise 100. Four. Check.
Ace, Queen 9, 2 heart board.
Check.
King 8 looking pretty marginal. Probably keep on checking by default. Well, here's that adjustment. Just continuing to be put on display.
He's just crushing.
That's a very non-standard turn lead. Pretty much exactly like 50th percentile hand, right? Just like dead middle, and we're leading with that. So obviously the plan is just attack.
Yeah, just attack relentlessly. Sure, sometimes he's betting with the best hand, but he's probably expecting Ossi to be overfolding now. Very confidently. King Deuce versus the King 9. It'll be hard for Foxen to win this one, but he's found magical ways to win pots.
Bet 50. Four.
3 of hearts on the turn.
Check.
Is he going to try to exploit Ketola again? He's thinking about it with King Deuce off.
It's honestly the kind of hand we've seen a lot of tournament players in recent years amping up the aggression with across multiple streets.
$150,000. Ketola makes the call with the 9. Jack of spades on the river. It's a bit scary for Ketola. Second pair turned into third pair. Keep in mind though, Foxen went with the bet jam earlier and got side called off by the middle pair.
Yeah, and this having a similar setup, right, Randy? The gradual slide to this point where Foxen's basically won 6, 7, 8 pots non-showdown. Well, Ossi
Oh, he's turning his hand into a bluff.
going to take away the opportunity. 9 of spades blocker.
I actually think it's a decent move with the Jack of spades. You might be able to down a 10 as played.
It would be credible, because if Foxen's been seeing Ossi just kind of consistently checking and folding, you start to think, oh, well, maybe it's the checking that's the weak part, right? It's you have some of these lead jams when you've improved, so the check indicates your bottom of range.
Maybe a little bit of heat now. Ossi with the flush draw and a pair. You know, even checking this might not be too bad with his strategy. But he's going to bet, of course, with his pair flush draw.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He could induce some action. There's like opportunities to raise later as well. That'd be kind of the nice setup, is to check some more hands that can improve.
Yeah, I feel like he should have noticed by now that Foxen has bet turns quite a bit after he
Right.
checks the flop.
So just kind of overloading your checking range with just good hands in general, right? Take
Yeah.
advantage of that impending lead.
I think it'll be a nice adjustment and just, you know, switch it up again later.
275 is tempting for a suited hand. Foxen continuing to be patient about these 3-bet situations.
And I would like to see Ossi Ketola notice that his 3-bets usually get through, even for small sizings.
It's true. Last time he got called, I think, was the Queen-8 of clubs, where Foxen ran that bluff.
And that was very, very early into the match, and perhaps forgotten at this point.
Big hand now. 2 9s for Alex.
Yeah, I would feel very confident just folding the 3-bets if I'm Ossi Ketola at the moment. It's mainly been value.
Yeah, quickly got away from the 10-5 suited.
Yeah, he was very confident about that. Ace King versus 10-7 suited.
Bet 50. Pass.
50K gonna take it for Foxen. Even the vibe I'm getting from Foxen right now is just pure confidence.
Yeah, it feels like he's found his rhythm, right?
He's in the zone. No more yawning either.
Call.
Pair fours versus Jack 7 offsuit, 7 clubs.
Check.
2 pair now for Ossi Ketola, which could be great if Foxen opts to try and bluff against the perceived weak checking ranges of his opponent.
If history is any indicator, a bet is coming here. 150,000. Finally, Monarch has a hand that can continue, at least comfortably for now. Foxen still with outs.
There's the call with 2 pair. Oh my, he just made a full house and Foxen hits the flush.
For a second there, I thought the sun run had come back and
Oh, you missed the full
Foxen was
house.
going to get value, yeah. But Ossi, bit of a cooler situation here. For starters, does Foxen try to get a little value, maybe with a small bet?
125K. Trying to squeak some value with that 7 of clubs. We know the raise is coming.
Yeah, now the chance for Monarch to be the one moving all in or making a big river raise. He's actually got it this time.
I think he's going to just throw the rest of it in there. Just how he's been kind of saying, trying to look like I'm done with this Mullen, you know?
I would like that.
Maybe a smaller raise is more likely to get paid off. Hard to say. He can shuffle all of his chips remaining in one hand. That's 1.1 million he's shuffling. He is going to splash it in.
We know Foxen is going to think this one through.
He's got a good live sense. What did it mean that Ossi was in the tank with time banks, shuffling chips, and then all of a sudden splashing the rest in? Does it mean something? Or is it more about hand reading the action? Folds. He knew what to do. He's playing great. What can I say? Only lost 125,000 when he made his hand.
Nice decision there. Still at the end of the day, it's about 275K headed Monarch's way. Climbing back towards about a 4-1 deficit from a low point of almost 10-1 down.
Bet 50.
These C bets of min bet have been very effective for Foxen from what I've noticed.
Yeah, that's the other part where early in the match, Monarch had found some check raises and was able to discourage that aggression a little bit. And I think that's what it's going to take. In addition to just, you know, peeling one off every now and then. We talked about the gut shots, but even just sometimes floating a favorable flop without much of anything.
Try to not make it too easy for your opponent and straightforward. Ace jack. Bumps it up. A little 5 deuce suited in position against the 4x. I think he's just going to fold, to be honest, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say it's cheaper in dollars than the 3-bets we've been seeing, but the price he was getting there was worse relative, right? 4x against the limp. Even worse odds than 100K raise, 300K 3-bet that we've seen him fold similar hands to.
I'm expecting Foxen to just... Well, I was going to say just call if it was an open raise, but it's a limp. So that changes things. Foxen's turn to juice it up.
Yeah, the King 9 suited is pretty strong. Quick call.
Pot now 350K. High card versus high card. Ace 4 diamonds with the backdoor flush draw. King 9 does not.
Bet 125.
That's enough to take it. No backdoor flush draw there.
Raise 100. Four.
Let's see if Foxen continues to be relentless with small bets. Yeah.
That's 75.
Any flop basically at this point, huh?
Four.
And look at the adjustment now.
Yeah,
Aussie
I like this float.
calls with Queen 5 offsuit with the Queen of Spades. Like you mentioned, just needs to kind of get in there a little bit more. Not make it too easy for Foxen.
6 is going to look like it connected with Monarch as well. Wouldn't be surprised if Alex shuts down. Wow. Well,
This is quite the exploit.
Foxen just insistent on not making it easy for Monarch. I mean, I still think the counter adjustments are needed and important, that he's floating more flops, but I mean, what can you do if you don't connect and you start facing turn pot, river jam every time?
It's really
You're
hard
just
to
going to
contend.
need to make a good hand. I mean,
Yeah.
that's all it is. If Foxen's triple barreling every hand, you're going to need to have a pair. You're going to need to have something that can call down and just hang on. Can't get it done with queen high nothing.
I believe Foxen thinks that Ketola will, check call any pair, of course, on the flop, but then won't continue to turn unless he has at least top pair
Yeah.
or second pair with something extra.
Check. Bet 50.
I mean, just think about it from Aussie's point of view. If you can't see the whole cards, this man is just betting every single flop, and now you see King 7 offsuit is floating. It was not doing this
Oh.
before, and now we've got two pair versus top pair.
This is sometimes how it goes. Once again, I was going to say I like the float with the King 7. We've been facing range 50K on the flop. Now you pick up top pair and barrels are coming.
Foxen can go big. There are hands that are coupled with the jack. I would certainly call big bet. Foxen went towards pot. I just don't see how Ketola can get away right now. He's turned the best card for him from his point of view. There's the call. He's got two orange chips back. Oh, and that river card. It's going to save Ketola. A 4-liner. Or does he try and just magically steal this pot with a lead like he did with the King 9 offsuit? I would say this is a very dangerous board to do so.
Last 10. Check.
He checks. Sigh, check, win, I suppose, with King 6.
Yeah, I don't think we can try to find value.
Might value own yourself against a 9. Still beat some 2 pairs.
Even an ace could be here.
Last 10.
No guarantee that we're not running into ace 6 or
Man, how does he
ace
find a
X of
value
spades.
bet, though, with King 6 on this texture?
It is impressive. I honestly don't know.
It's honestly just a live read. The hesitation from Ossi on the 4-liner and then check.
I don't know. I've seen hesitation,
Two pair.
and he does pay it off.
Wow.
I'm,
King 6 got value for $175,000 on that board, Kevin. That's
I mean, I'm
That's top
thinking
shelf.
back to the straight versus flush hand from round 1. And I feel like I remember Ossi doing the same thing. Full tank with the jack-high flush. Check. Foxen puts in the big river bet for value and runs into it.
I mean, maybe he's reading into the body language of Ossi Ketola.
I mean, of course, there's multiple decision points. Maybe something was picked up earlier. Maybe something about a different part of the hand, for sure. I mean, Alex is ever observant.
That's such a sick value bet with King 6. It's all in territory for Ossi Ketola now.
There were some rivered 2 pairs as well. If you think the open ender is more what you're getting called by on the turn, right? There's like rivered Queen Jack, rivered Jack 10.
Yep.
I think maybe that's the hand class that Foxen had in his brain when he's thinking, how am I going to get paid by worse with this King 6?
Right, so if Foxen had one of those weaker 2 pairs, then he's less apt to bet.
Yeah.
Just that King 6, it's a decent 2 pair.
Yeah, I could see giving up with like Queen 10, for example.
Sure. But, now's the time when Ketola's been check calling a lot of boards as of late with high card in.
Yeah.
Putting that resistance, turns the king.
Three of hearts in hand. Another airball opportunity, but Foxen's going to slow down on this one. Ossi makes top full house.
There was a pot earlier when it was about 200,000 also in the middle, and he just made it 600K when he rivered the straight with 4-3 of diamonds. I wonder if he goes similar here, where maybe just splashes in 800K.
325.
Slight adjustment though, 1.5x ish.
No reason for Alex to be curious with the Jack 3.
Trip 5s for Ossi Ketola. Does he want to build a pot now? Or set the trap? Could be some interest from King 7 maybe? 75K C bet.
The price is reasonable. We've got a backdoor with the 7. And King High could be good. I think I'm with you.
Yeah, he makes the call.
Call 1 street, see if we improve.
See if there's a way to show down King High cheaply, and just run out. You would hope it just checked down. Or to King 7 high. Best way to get your chips in trip 5s is to continue to bet. But if you could see his opponent's hand, you'd want to check this one back.
325.
But he's going to continue betting. 325.
500K behind. Looking very committing. Foxen gets away.
Just trying to hang in there. Keep this match alive. $1.2 million in the stack of Ossi Ketola, also known as Monarch. But if he's got 1.2 million, that means Foxen's got 8.8 million in front of him. Winner takes all. Ace 10 versus 9-6 offsuit. Open in a straight draw. One of those outs actually gives Foxen top pair, top kicker.
Why are you always dreaming up the dirty turns, Randy?
In comes the 10. Just trying to spice things up a little bit. Needs a little seasoning.
Conjured the deuce of diamonds earlier. Disgusting.
You don't like it?
I like this check raise from Ossi.
Me too. Feels like he needs to fight back, right?
Yeah, I've been waiting for more aggression, just kind of on the whole, and I think against this 50K c-bet is the best area to get started.
Foxen hangs tight with the ace 10. $550,000 in the pot. Ossi's got $900,000 in the stack. Can he attack and try to down the ace high?
Has the 9 of clubs as well. A little bit less likely that Foxen has turned equity.
Check raise check.
I don't mind checking from time to time, but I would like to see some attempt to bluff still later in the hand, pending what Alex decides with his ace 10.
Alex doesn't believe this is ever a strong hand, the check raise check. So he's just looking to close it out here on the turn. $175,000. Can he somehow pull off the double check raise?
It would be sick.
I think it will work. But he's just going to call.
It's got 30% equity. Price is right.
Correct. But the river card is wrong.
I mean, we've seen Ossi lead rivers that change the board in the past.
Well, full houses got there, right? Flushes got there.
The story makes sense. If he had an 8, maybe 5, 6 of clubs. Oh, he gave it up.
Oh, so nice for Alex Foxen. Especially when he hears yours and he's holding just ace high. $9.3 million now in front of Foxen. Oh, so close for closing this one out.
Raise.
Ooh, eights and king queen suited. Given these stacks, it's going in, isn't it?
Dare I call it a cooler, Randy?
It's a cooler at this point, given their stack sizes. 1.35 million all in between the pocket pair, Ossi Ketola, against king queen of diamonds. Can Ossi hold? Keep this match going? Or is he going to be down $5 million in this match? And king, queen, 10 is looking very grim for pocket eights. What is the fate of Ossi Ketola? Turn card. 10. One more pull. At the snowman. And that's it.
GG.
GG, Ossi Ketola.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
If we're not too busy with the 150. Or after, I guess, too. We restart in what, like 3 hours?
Sorry?
We restart in like 4 hours, something like that.
When is it?
It's 12:30.
So apparently they're already discussing playing again tomorrow. Ossi wants revenge against Alex Foxen, but you gotta give it to Alex Foxen. He was down $2 million in the first heads-up match, and then a little bit of negotiation didn't turn into $5 million apiece there. Alex Foxen really just held his own, and he's no longer down $2 million. He's actually up $3 million.
I found the adjustments game that we just watched so fun, Randy. I mean, we spoke about it a lot in the last hour or so, but different from yesterday's matches against Limitless, where it felt like Ossi came in with his game plan and Malinowski came in with his game plan and they just kind of ran it. This one was so different from hour to hour to hour. Foxen constantly changing his game plan. Monarch trying to adjust at the very end, just couldn't come up with enough, and Foxen got the best hand.
Yeah, and I felt like the momentum was definitely on Alex Foxen's side, especially in that second match. And the thing is, we got to see Monarch come out with some counter strategies, but it was a bit too late when he was getting shallow and Foxen was already in the zone. But the thing is, I think we might be doing this again tomorrow, given the conversations, and it was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed those $1 million matches that you got to witness all for free. Hopefully you guys did enjoy that. And we also do have more coverage of the $150,000 buy-in tournament. Starts tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. local, and I guess that's it. And it's been late, 6:40 a.m. Randy Liu, Kevin Rabichow, the rest of the team. We say good night and see you tomorrow.